Hello, and welcome. It is time for Sucro. I should probably maybe draw the updated Sucro at some point, because we've still got Endwalker Sucro in the art section of this screen. But I haven't drawn anything for like 2 weeks or something. So, you know, whatever. Oops, I forgot. There it is. I always forget to make it appear in advance. Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. It's time for Sucro. It's funny you say that. I think I mentioned this before. No, not portraits. I specifically made the adventurer plate look like a passport photo. This was before they added the Tataru's bespoke options for this, which are like deliberately designed to look like a passport. But I'm keeping it. So anyway, today on Sucro's journey, I need to get the rest of the ether currents here. And I also need to, well, we stopped at the level 95 dungeon number 3. So we've got to do that. But first, I have to complain about how Scholar's level 100 skill is dumb. For fun. Because I have level 100 Scholar Summoner now. So, Scholar's level 100 skill. First of all, you have to be in combat and you have to have your fairy summoned, which is like, that's fine. Their level 100 skill is called Seraphism. It makes you transform into something that doesn't really match the job identity that much, and also deletes your ears and tail, which sucks. And also it's not my style generally. And then all that does is give you better healing for a bit with your GCDs, and that's it. I don't know how often you will ever need big healing, and I don't understand why Scholar has a transformation into an angel with an outfit that I don't like, that removes most of my character, just like the Reaper Shroud does. Shrug. Meanwhile, in Summoner, I also don't know what the heck Solar Bahamut's deal is, but here they are. I don't know why Solar Bahamut exists, or what Solar Bahamut is. But that's them. Also, this is Solar Bahamut set to pet size small, which is funny. Demi Heidelin? Interesting. And yeah, like, Scholar having the mix of Genius Tactical Mind and Sparkly Fairy Magic is fine and all. The problem is that that level 100 skill is neither of those. It's Angel themed, and that's different. Like, the effects that the Angel does do have, like, fairy graphics to them. But also, like, I don't know. That looks like a white mage thing. Or like healer roll armor. Because healer roll armor tends to default to that sort of look, I guess. I don't feel like it fits. I don't like it, and I don't like how that and the Reaper Shroud delete most of my character. You're left with Sucro wearing something she wouldn't, missing her ears and her tail, and most of her face is obscured. It bugs me a lot. Don't delete my glamour. Don't delete my character to replace her with some sort of weird angel person. I think a lot of people talked about, well, probably not a lot of people. I remember there were complaints with Reaper's Shroud doing that, and I guess they didn't listen to those complaints. I also wish this. I'm sure there's illegal software somewhere that allows you to just remove those effects with extreme ease. But if I speak further about this, I'll get blasted into the sun. Anyway. Back to being more positive. You're a traveler, aren't you? Could I ask for your help with something? There are too many prying ears here. Come and meet me on the other side of Gold Magic Grove. And that is... Where is that? That's over there. Okay. And I guess while I'm here, what's your deal? You're one of the Third Promise's retainers, aren't you? Please help me. My name is Shidilja, and my husband and I were attacked by wyvers outside the city. He fended them off so I could escape, but he's no match for them alone. I know I have no right to ask, given how our people treat outsiders. But I'm begging you, please save my husband. His name is Gotolja, and he's near Gold Magic Grove. Please hurry. Nod. Everyone's always going to this grove, I guess. So we have these two Ether Current quests to do here. And then we also have to find the Ether Currents that are out and about in the map. And then, of course, there's one more Ether Current that we get from doing the dungeon. So I won't be able to fly until that's over, but still. You have my thanks, stranger. I take it my wife sent you? Wyvers don't usually attack people. I hardly knew what was happening here before they were on us. But that's neither here nor there. Let's return to Mamuk and see that you receive a proper reward. Shidilja should be anxious for our arrival as well. I forgot my tank stance. Good, you made it. I need your help handling a small but quite irritating problem. Have you heard of the Blue Leafkin? They supposedly were once Mamulja who were cursed for some misdeed or another. Those who believe in that sort of thing are terrified to make any contact for fear they'll be cursed as well. I personally don't believe there's any truth to it, but that wouldn't stop people from thinking I was contaminated for crossing paths with one. For a blessing, Blue Leafkin generally keep to themselves, deep in the forest, but recently one's been spotted wandering around these parts. That's why I need someone unbeholden to Mamuk's superstitions to dispose of it, and to speak not a word of the deed. Alright. I can do that. Oh, you're heckin' dancing over here. Hey, this enemy model rules. I still wonder if I should still go into fight or flight and everything after Riot Blade, or if I should delay it till after Royal Authority now. It's probably still Riot Blade, because I think 2 GCDs and then the buff window is correct for the opener, generally. Thank you, Traveler. Now we'll be able to hunt these forests without fear. We have many stories of the Blue Leafkin, but none agree on who among the Mamuja was cursed first, or for what misdeed. Some say it was a Dopro, punished for felling trees. Others say it was a Buniwa, punished for burning them. Each clan insists the blame lies with another, of course. Honestly, I think it's just a tale to keep people away from the dangerous and forbidden areas of this forest. Just the other day, one of our own went and pursued a mark in that direction, and he hasn't been seen since. That blue leafkin just now. Could it have been? No, it's just a story after all. Anyway, you've done us a great service. We'll be sure to keep to our normal hunting grounds and see if we can't find our missing friend. The idea of becoming cursed into being a funny dancing guy is, I guess, reminiscent of like the Lost Woods in some Zelda games or something. What is it with woods and cursing you to become a funny creature? Like, I feel like if a curse is supposed to be properly intimidating, you need to become a less funny creature. I'm sorry to have troubled you, stranger. Oh, 1,000 blessings upon you. My Gotolja is safe thanks to your kindness. I don't know what I would have done had you not arrived when you did. Most of our able-bodied fighters have left the city in search of mercenary work, you see. As I once did myself. You're from Eorzea, aren't you? I toured across the Salt in my younger years. That is until I suffered injury enough to send me home for good. Coughing, sorry. Now I can hardly manage to ward off the occasional feisty wyver, it would seem. Wait, was he one of the mercenaries on the boat or something? I don't know if that's true. Glory days mean little when you can no longer protect your loved ones. He didn't recognize me, but I guess that's fair. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Besides, those wyvers weren't feisty, they were positively feral. I still can't believe we were attacked by such normally docile creatures. Something had them agitated, though I can't imagine what. Still, if our local wyvers are being driven into a rage, that doesn't bode well for us. I realize this is more than you bargained for, stranger, but would you be willing to help? It's unheard of for wyvers to attack Mamulja, so we need to determine what's going on before someone gets injured. Leave it to me eventually, maybe. There's little in it for you, mind. Don't get your hopes up. Thank her, dearest. She is doing us a kindness. Right. Just not used to the open generosity is all. Thank you, stranger. We're counting on you. I may go back and do all of these various quest lines, like, after everything, as mentioned. Potentially. And on that note, we have to... That's the wrong menu. We have to find 7 ether currents scattered about the map. I missed a bunch of them in this one. A lot of the miscellaneous side quests in areas have a tendency to point you towards notable locations that have ether currents nearby. And I haven't done miscellaneous side quests in this area per se. So, okay, so it's up here. I just didn't notice that one. I guess. So, I'm not sure which way would be easier. We can take the dramatic descent into the forest backwards. Ah, there's also one south. Maybe I should try and be more proactive about looking for these as I'm going through the area. It doesn't matter too much, though. This is sort of like one of the parts of the tour of the area after we've been through it. The other part being once I unlock flight and we can look at it from flight. And it's neat when that happens. Stuck on a rock. So I think one of the possibilities for what is the Golden City is that it's Solution 9. And I'm kind of wondering if like this level 95 dungeon will like start as like a cemetery type place, cenotaph is the word they used. Underground tunnel, etc., and like fade into being technology zone. I'm wondering if that's something they'd do. Because there has to be a technology zone dungeon somewhere, I know this much. But I don't know if this is secretly that one, or if that's going to be the one after. This is merely idle speculation on my part. Not so much idle speculation as it is moving around on a motorcycle speculation. Also, ether currents don't know what one of the axes is, so this could be a bit troublesome. I'm gonna assume it's like over here somewhere. Like, I'd put one right here if I were the one putting one somewhere. It could be on that other overlook, though. Close enough. West. Probably here, then. Ah, moths are tough. Fate names, huh? That's one I was shown in advance, but it just so happens to be here. I don't remember the origin of moms are tough, but I know that it's a joke that has been in a few things, or like a reference that has been in a few things at this point. I don't remember from whence that phrase came.
The origin of Moms Are Tough is in reference to a scene from Final Fantasy XIII, in which Hope's mom repeats it while shouldering a rocket launcher. The third time she says it, she is immediately killed right afterward.
Right, it's 13. Also, oh no, Calico's desynchronized from the world. This is very difficult to fix. I really should have just made her not float, probably.
I'm bouncing up and down.
That's true. You sure are. Let's see. I'm trying to fix it.
I am an unstoppable force of chaos, wahaha.
I'm in the middle of attempting to fix it, so it's getting worse. I think I got it. I think I fixed it. At least some portion of it.
Saved.
There we are. I have to resynchronize things manually. Calico gradually drifts out of sync with herself, I assume, because of how everything is set up. It's possible that some elements of Calico's alignment are still out of sync, but they're the less commonly observed ones. Oh, it's right here. Okay, I haven't gone over there, like, at all. That's probably up there and not down here. But I have yet to map that, so. I'm excited to unlock flight and just, like, look around this place from the air. But also, at the same time, I'm betting that that dungeon will reveal something else that I'm also excited to look at. So it'll be like, wait a minute, but what? Or something similar to that set of syllables and sounds. Leaf Scourge Hadol Ja. So, hey, your B rank mark here is literally named after a Mammal Ja. I think they might... Wait. You... Hold up. No. I cannot disable the motion of this creature. And they left. They are extremely that emote, yes. But I think... Okay, they don't quite have the furball eyes going on, but they do have creepy eyes if you look at them. Okay, there is one down here as well. Maybe. That could also be the case, that's true. No worries. So there's one up there that I missed. Yeah, it's happened more than once. I'm looking for the safe way to go down there. There it is. Hey, what's all this then? Seems like a giant crater is just kind of here. Is that good? Is that normal? We do know there's meteors, but I don't know if this is related. So over here somewhere then. It took me a second to realize why Safeway was being mentioned. But it's because I said Safeway. All of the wildlife wants to delete me. That's completely valid. Yeah, I was also thinking about Safeway and or Dangerous Way as a Loporit. Loporit. But I was like, there's no ing in that. Okay, that's all the currents on the map. Dangering Way. Endangering Way also true. Also works. Funny how this part of the map is not mapped. No, I've been spotted. Anyway. Oh, I can actually go over here. I can actually go under the water. Oh. Surprise. I like that they've gone out of their way to make these like underwater areas you can go to that are just like cool places to go that maybe don't have any actual like mechanical purpose. But it seems like anywhere I'm constantly being surprised that I'm allowed underwater, and then whatever I find there is always interesting. Okay, there is a big fish over here. Yeah, there's probably some gathering nodes and stuff, so like there is some purpose. I wish to say hello to the fish. No! looks like it could have been an arapaima, I think. My knowledge of fish is limited to what I remember from Animal Crossing games. Anyway. This might seem abrupt since I'm not standing directly in front of the dungeon, but it is time for the Sky Deep cenote. Ah, and we can change around who we bring if we want to. But this is fine, I think. You could kick Wuklamat out of your party like a jerk if you were so inclined. Anyway, time for Dungeon 3. Somewhat abruptly. Ah. So remember, Bakul Jaja flashed to that picture of Jars when defeated? We didn't really get a good look at under the water here, but that's all of the children that did not survive. Let's go, everyone, said Wuklamat. Stay on your guard. There's no telling what we might encounter. Oh, that was the doors open. Sky Deep Horror. Well, that's a good start. Look at all these roots! Kryl pointed out beneath the water, and Wuklamat said, "We won't forget these children, not ever." Oh, the like, this dungeon having like a sorrowful version of the area's motif is pretty strong also. Perhaps so. I mean, there's also banshees here.
Try this.
I just had the, I guess gruesome thought of like, we have like sea creatures and stuff living around here. In an area filled with jars that are in turn filled with dead children. And the sea creatures are named like Horror and Banshee. And also some of them look like octopi, and octopi are known to be able to open jars and... Well, now we have ghosts and specters. That's a little bit less... vague. Right, I forgot to consider that they would be eggs, but also, would they be rotten? Would creatures care? But that's pretty horrible, either way. I feel like if you are a creature with a name such as Sky Deep Horror, there is a non-zero chance that you are eating these eggs that exist here, regardless of the state of the eggs. And that's terrible. Like, not jokingly, that's terrible. Yeah. Maybe less good that, well, I mean, vengeful spirits probably need to be removed as well, but I can feel a little bit bad about those. It's just like every square inch of underwater. No, okay. Not quite literally every square inch of underwater, but like most of it. Feather array. I get the distinct feeling that this boss may have a mechanic that pushes me to a side. Wait, Feather Circle? That's really familiar. Hold up. Yeah, that is a Final Fantasy IX enemy, right? Yeah, that's why it was familiar. Or, like, they're sort of named after one at the very least. This doesn't count as the FF9 XP, though. Just to be clear. Also, this is a web piece, so... Oh my god, you're right. If I see Ragtime Mouse, I'm gonna lose my mind. Ragtime Mouse will count for that square. I think I like joked about Ragtime Mouse showing up for a trivia boss fight, but god. Looks like a species of ray. Whatever it is, we have to fight it. Oh my god, yes, it has the face. It has the face of the FF9 enemy. You just couldn't see it. This is absolutely the FF9 enemy in HD. Oh my god, they put trouble in this game! They put this stupid status from 9 where if you get hit, everyone else gets damaged. You are cursed, except it's called nuisance and not trouble. That is really funny. It has the same icon and everything. Copious bubbles, son. It makes you imitate the attack. Oh. So like... Oh god. Why is everyone just standing around? Oh, because that pushes the bubbles and not me. How was I to know? I guess there was some way to know, probably. But yeah, in Final Fantasy IX, there's a status effect called Trouble. That if you take damage, everyone else takes damage. If I didn't, I don't remember. I said that again because I didn't remember if I completed saying that. I think it's called Trouble. The item used to cure it is called anointment, like annoyed plus anointment. Just FYI. I'm just gonna stand near Wuklamot. She knows what she's doing. I can't get a better look at the face.
Try this.
You are cursed to be a nuisance to your party is such a rude, like, system there's the face. It's such a rude system message. Hey, what's this? Why is my helmet made of technology? How strange. How strange. I think I've already seen people be like, I need to grind to the level 95 dungeon for glamour, and that's probably part of why I suspected this. Anyway, Sucre lost her bandana, I guess, temporarily. It's really weird to see her without it now. Yeah, wearing the glasses over the helmet is funny. Well. No, I want the stats, though. That's important. I'll fix the glamour after the dungeon, it's fine. So these are the Yakui quarries, says Kryle. Yeah, her bandana fell off, it's fine. Her bandana was cursed to be a nuisance to her scalp. Also possible. I can't wait for 8.0, where the one change to Paladin is they make Goring Blade upgrade into something that has AoE components to it. Okay, I'm exaggerating a little. That won't be the only change, but it will be an upgrade they get in the next expansion. I'm calling that shot right now. Like right this second. Super early called shot for 8.0. Paladin's Goring Blade will upgrade to have an AoE on it. And a new animation and or effects. Do you know how I know this? It's because it's the only part of something I do in an AoE situation that doesn't have an AoE. Consider as also examples Requiescat and like there are two other paladin abilities that got upgraded to have an AoE component. One of them I'm going to get when I hit 96, and the other one I got in the previous expansion. So they upgrade one paladin single target to AoE every expansion. It is also possible that they will change Goring Blade to have an AoE effect in the Point X patches. I feel like people who play Paladin are probably not going to like start screaming about how it's not AoE, but I also like, it's something I'm noticing is all. Gunbreaker not being able to spend meter on AoE was horrible. I hated that so much. Look at all these statues. Everyone stay alert. Something's amiss. Hey, these statues look very robot or gun. to me. Rats! There are rats! Speaking stone? Workers arise! Eliminate the rats! I knew it! It's a trap! These robots remind me of Lego or other similar, like, construction material. I just had like a memory blast and remembered that connects exist, like K''NEX. I don't know if they still exist, but I had a sudden memory unlocked. Smash them, smear them into pulp! God, were they advertised as Legos for teens? Is that like a thing? I believe it. Wait, where'd everyone... Oh, they're standing here.
Now I'll show you.
I forgot this was a thing from Ronka specifically. We did point out the Night World silver pieces, which were also from Ronka. These enemies have a lot of health. Yeah, that too.
Back off.
Silence! Our workers have fallen! Activate firearms! Oh, hello, Armstrong. I freaking guess. I think they showed Armstrong as existing prior to release also. But hello, Armstrong from Final Fantasy. Where did you originate? I mostly know you from Crystal Chronicles. Were you also... Oh yeah, you originated from 9 also. Right, yes, of course. Obviously. Though this resembles the Crystal Chronicles version more, I think. Maybe? Or maybe this is not Armstrong and I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, this isn't Armstrong at all, actually. Never mind. But I think they did show Armstrong? Maybe? I think they showed the gun house. This is something else. Anyway, core engaged. Firearms has risen. That little one just hopped right in. I didn't realize it was a mecha. Ha ha ha! Such power! Destroy, destroy, destroy! By enchanted sledge, intruders be gone! Be gone, be gone, be gone! Mirror maneuver. Ah. Oh. Burn upon the metal grounds! Burn, burn, burn! Peculiar technology, to be sure, says Alpha in this life and death situation. Casually. Okay, so that's how that one works. I'm imagining Alphino saying, like, muttering just like Spider-Man to himself repeatedly to calm down. What would Spider-Man do, says Alphino. So that's gonna... Wow, that does not give you time to move, huh? Get over here. Of course. Thank goodness for tank privilege, I guess. Wow, Alphino used Panheima. I didn't know he could do that. Action learned. Imperator. Requiescat mastery. I wonder if the dungeon is going to fade into technology. Just wondering about that thing I said earlier. Speculating the possibility, you know. I just have some sort of hunch here. Ah, the maiming pants. I'm finding... Oh, yep, that's another Ronkin enemy. Over there. Could be anything. Now this is peculiar. That glowing stone, is it infused with ether? Oh, that looks cool, I think. Whoa. What is that? Said Wuklamot. Also, yeah, Path of Dying Light. Normal name for a place to have. Probably. Hello, room that I will take plenty of screenshots in when it's not a spoiler anymore. There might be more enemies if I keep walking, but I don't think so. I don't think I can actually continue. I'm gonna have to get a close look at Imperator after this to see the new animation more carefully.
You'll not escape this.
Oh, a Ring of Fending. Wow, I actually got 2 things that are relevant. Huh, interesting ring. Oh. Why do they all have to share a platform? Square! True.
have you. I have you. I have you.
Alphino just keeps saying that. Wait, what's this mean? Oh, I can use... Right, I forgot. I don't just spam these two, it's a 1, 2, 3. My brain forgot. The appearance of it gives it more of the,
I have you.
It feels less like it's bleeding through and more like the, projection is failing and revealing what's actually underneath it or something like that. Solution 9 forgot to update their HD texture pack is basically what I'm saying. Where they did, and they had some bugs. I see. Sculptor of Silence, Mole Skull. I see? I don't really see. But okay. Sure. It's huge! Time to test our metal then. It's a name you've heard before? Interesting. Mole Skull draws power into its fists. Sheer force it's mustering. I forgot to use those. Oh. Alrighty then. My skull got mold. I can't believe this. Yeah. Well, thanks for resetting my rotation. Some of it was still on cooldown. I did it again. My instinct is to back up because people don't spread out enough. I guess I have to go all the way left for that. I wonder if they're going to invent technology for the NPCs to, like, not just stand their ground and make you move all the time. Because that's the #1 way that they kill you. Oh, right, that's true. Okay, you don't always do this in the same order either. I didn't think about how the push happens before the AoE. Oh, like way after. Yeah? I see. So the animation for Imperador is too long and gets cut off immediately by anything else. They forgot how their own game works a little bit. Oh, I see. My rotation's all hecked up.
We mustn't hold back.
Oh, she just used her regular level 2. But she was gonna do the special one. Hello. I was late. I forgot. Yay! So I got a necklace of fending from that. What is this? Interesting. Floating triangles. Paladin Skydeep arms. Nice. Interesting. That fight of continuous nearly back-to-back instant death knockback circles. It didn't feel too bad once I understood how everything worked. So there's another technology dungeon is what I'm learning from the style of the things from this one. Because I know there is. I know there is. But that's fine. Maybe I'll even keep the shield around this time. Though I'd have to go change the glamour plate. The thing on this shield looks like egg to me. It looks like there is an evil egg. Also, since it's one of the few sounds that I have.
You!
I forgot that makes it look like I said it. Because of how the sound is routed, but that's fine. Then that must be that light. I've never seen a place like this before. We must be very deep underground now. Alphino? Strikingly different from the rest of the cenote. It sure is, Alphino. I have to change the glamour plate if I want to keep the shield around and put my bandana back on at the same time. So we'll see. Well, that's cute. We know this.
I thought this place was of Yokwi origin. But is this glowing stone their creation as well?
I don't believe so. I've never seen anything like it.
Then it's from an even older time.
Don't tell me it's the Allegans again.
Yes, good, thank you. Sorry, I'm trying to like stretch my hands in between voice lines, which is why there's such long pauses.
While careful study would be required to confirm, it does not appear to be reminiscent of their designs.
This is just the same things that Alize and Alphino said when they were watching the trailers and the pre-release live letters. Alize seeing Solution 9 and going, don't tell me it's the Allegans again. Well, that looks important. And golden.
A golden light. Could it be?
All that's golden is not necessarily golden. Maybe. Unless it is.
There's something on the other side, but how do we get over there?
The cube will detect you and Yeah. Close enough. The cubes accept you. I want to see that as a system message in a video game.
That's how, apparently.
Right then. Let's go and take a look.
Nod. I'm glad that due to the face wear system, acquiring a new helmet doesn't immediately remove Sucra's ability to see properly. I think she does actually need glasses, probably. Hopefully they add more face wear besides only glasses so that stuff like eye patches and masks are available.
That seal. That's Charlian and no mistake.
Is it? It doesn't resemble Charlian technology to me. But alright then. That's a big ask considering that your character is a Viera. That might be Charlian?
How do we open it?
Come and look at this.
Oh, that's a computer console. Made of stone. But yes, the fake mustache needs to be
Your
in the
tablets
face
might
wear
be a
also.
good fit, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I didn't even process that these were tablet shaped actually. Now arrange them in the proper order. Sucro will glare at the door to make sure it doesn't do anything suspicious while you're doing this. Aha.
Leave it to Alfino.
This music is cool. Ooh, cool camera shot. Whoa. Hell yeah. I mean, to be fair to Alphino, I didn't recognize the rectangles. There was a Stargate behind the Stargate.
Is this it? The Golden City?
Is it?
Though there is some resemblance, it doesn't quite live up to what the Yokhui described from their dreams.
Hmm. Oh.
Well done. Well done indeed.
Hello, Vow of Resolve Ghoul Zhaozha. Gasp.
You, my dear daughter, have found the entrance to the City of Gold and triumphed in the right of secession.
This doesn't count as having visited the City of Gold yet, so we don't get to check
So
that
we
off on
didn't.
Emmett's list. Remember that we still have the Emmett bucket list as well. We have to visit the fabled golden cities of the New World. Why is that plural, Emmett Selk? Staring directly at Emmett Selk and itself will not answer me.
We made it to the end!
Wuklamat, we are only level 96.
You seem more perplexed than joyous.
Nod.
It's just... This place is unlike anything we've seen in Tural. Never mind the peculiar stone.
And metal. Don't forget the metal.
So I am given to wonder, what exactly lies beyond that gate?
Nothing less than the golden city of legend, I assure you. The circumstance prevents us from opening the gate. As to what the city is and what Gall of Valdesium discovered all those years ago, this knowledge and more, I will share with you after your ascension. What you choose to do with it will be up to you.
The Golden City is real. It took a while, but I finally found it.
Ha ha! Come, let us return to Tuliolo.
Home at last.
Okay, so we're gonna return to Tuliolo, and this is the part where we bring in the rest of the crew. This is when everyone else shows up. I can't go to the inn room. Heshekwa, my glamour plates, I'm begging you. It feels as though we have more questions than we set out with, but for now, returning in one piece is cause enough for celebration. I'll say goodbye to the shield, I guess, because I can't fix this. Wait, no, I can fix it. I fixed it. It's fine. Hooray. That was wholly unlike what I imagined in my youth. Since when did a place like that exist in Yaktaro? I understand now why the students of Baldessian were petitioned. But what were my grandfather's findings? Not only regarding that stone, but that gate. Well, we've done it. We've seen Wuklamat to victory in the rite of succession. Like me, I expect you have no few questions about the Golden City, but they must wait until our claimant has settled into her new role. Even as we speak, she prepares for the Ascension ceremony back at the palace. I'm given to understand it will be held in a few days' time. In the meantime, let us all enjoy some well-deserved rest. You may now enter with trusts. Also, you can fly in Yaktel. Hello, welcome. I just completed Dungeon 3. And unlocked flight in Yaktel. I'm gonna go back to Yaktel and look around now that I can fly. It was a cool dungeon. I got the sword and shield from it. At the end. So that's neat. We have yet to learn of what the mysteries are. I got the Fending Helmet as well. We've yet to learn all of the details of the mysteries, but... Oh. That'll happen soon, but I want to fly around Yoctel first, because it's cool. No, but there's a tower right there. Foiled again. How dare you? Well, clearly this is the next deep dungeon, then. It's heaven on high, too, everyone. Hey, can you... What is this, anyway? You know, it's just a tower, I guess. Yeah, something like that. But one thing they made like a slightly big deal out of, one thing they like made sure you knew is that you can go directly from one half of this zone to the other without any sort of transition. They made sure we knew that when they were showing stuff in the live letters. And it is very cool. I liked this zone a lot. By the way, now that we've seen the mysterious gate that we definitely can't open, I would like to point out again, or I would like to point out that we've only seen half of the areas in this expansion. There are 3 more maps. So, you know, that could mean anything. I know a couple things that we'll see because of pre-release material and such. I gotta map this. There I went. I did it. Wait. Oh, I didn't map this. This one isolated area. Pre-release material means I know of things here and there, but I don't know enough to make it not like exciting. I know enough to be more excited instead of less excited. Oh. Hey, what the heck is this? Oh, there's a... Well, we're gonna learn what the heck this is. Thought to be a remnant of the upper forest from when the meteorite fall split the region into 2 elevations. The Mamouja revere the formation itself, but the Jabral are said to hold sacred the trees which grow upon it. Neat. Well, I mean, it depends on how natural you consider meteorites falling to be. Are meteorites natural in some sense? Are they natural disasters? Oh, wait. There's one other thing I wanted to do with flight here. Just because I can. Because I realized when we unlocked the dungeon that I could manually fly to the entrance of it when I had flight. So rather than saying like what I know now, I will continue to point out things that they showed pre-release whenever they pop up. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Because like people aren't gonna, I think I've already been like, I know from pre-release that, and then explain things that hadn't shown up yet. But I'm realizing now that I probably should just be like, only mentioning that when it is relevant. Imposing beast. You could fly down into this as well. But yep, I sure can just fly over here. I can't go underwater here, it seems. Which is probably for the best. I assume I can't... Yeah, that's not even like actual water, technically. God, imagine if they did let you go underwater here and you just saw a bajillion jars again. Yeah, 100%. That was one of my first thoughts when I got here. Dawn of a new tomorrow. I don't know the significance of this fish you have mentioned, but I will assume that it is significant. Upon speaking with Pacheco, several cutscenes will play in sequence. We've already had 3 several cutscenes in sequence. Sorry, what I mean to say is... several cutscenes will play in sequence. That's the thing I'm doing now, I guess. So, I think what I probably should do is this first. So, we'll see several cutscenes in a second. But first... Wow, that sounds like a heck of a whale. Start prediction. It's time. For this or that! The winner is this. Congratulations to all this voters and condolences to all that voters. Are we ready for several cutscenes to play in sequence? Who's ready for cutscenes in sequence? I'm ready. You know what? That's true. No one's ever really ready for several cutscenes to play in sequence. It's recommended that we set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Welcome back, and may I congratulate you on Wuklamat's victory in the right of succession. It is our great honor to host the comrades of our future Dawn Servant. Such a grand journey has doubtless left you fatigued. Please relax and enjoy your stay. Quest accepted. Objective, relax and enjoy your stay. Objective, sure to sometime later. Objectives completed, I guess. Day 2 of Sucrose sitting at the table and staring into the middle distance. Probably... Oh, it's Kona. I didn't expect that. Surprised to see me? I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? Nod. I haven't properly thanked you. Questioning Hetzel? That my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. For that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I only did as you might have in my position, or Wuklamat did all the work. I was just moral support. I was mostly moral support. Nod. My primary business is calling is to deliver a message from Lamati. As you well know, after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept the post within her administration, while making no mention of me. What? You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamati or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. But I'm gonna have adventures in the ocean or whatever. I can't do that. I can't be in the government. You have become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that with no little jealousy. But believe me when I say that I hope you will stay by her side. Kona, she's also going to offer you a position. She just didn't write that in the letter that was for me specifically or whatever. Not the letter, but the... You know, the thing. And thus it arrived. Did you have to make it so? The day of the Dawn Servant Ascension ceremony. Did you have to make it that ominously phrased? It's not necessarily ominous, but I mean, just casually saying, and thus it arrived. Also, there was a Reaper in the crowd just now?
What a crowd! As befits the changing of Dawn Servants.
That one random, like, unique bespoke cat boy was wearing the new Reaper gear, I'm pretty sure. Questioning head tilt.
It's starting.
This is auto-advancing without my input, by the way. God, you're right. This is where the benchmark extremely high is, isn't it?
Dawn Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least.
People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence. For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of Dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph in the City of Gold.
Oh, that's a cool shot.
My daughter, Wook Lamont.
Everyone doing a lot of cheering.
Huzzah!
A lot of those cheers were like simultaneous.
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tuliolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the
Sorry, I wasn't
Pelupelu
prepared
showed
for
me
the alpaca
depths of
close-up.
their patience and fortitude, to know when to push through
Look at
and
him.
when not to push your luck.
Behold the alpaca.
From the moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we're remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Pibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community. For we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
No.
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive and the ways in which we still struggle. some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihyolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
Oh. Surprised of the new vocal track, I guess.
I say mine, but the Dawn Servant doesn't need to be a single person, does it?
Oh, this is the same lyrics from the main theme though, but like in a different...
Dear. What is she doing?
Yeah, this is the same lyrics from the second part of that. Funny how we're going into the second part of the main theme now that we're reaching the second arc of Dawntrail. Probably.
Yeah.
Crowd surfing! It's okay, she's not in combat, so she has 1 HP left.
To prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else. Someone with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be Dawn Servant with me, Kona?
Yep, I figured it would be Kona. I expected them to make like to do something more like a Minister of Technology type of thing, but yeah, I expected them to rule together in some sort of way.
Are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn Servant.
That's cute, though. That's good.
You'll have no objections from me, of course.
Cool, Jaja loves this.
But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation.
Seriously, who are these like unique bespoke people in the front row? Who the heck? Whomstead?
Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north.
They're gonna be important in a second, I bet.
I was convinced that by
it was literally in 1 second
powers,
that the camera focused on them. That's not what I meant.
And thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect.
Sorry, despite my intentions just made me think of Steam Jams again. As mentioned previously, memes are permanently drilled into my brain and I can't get rid of them. But yeah, Kona also learned a lot.
My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuliyollal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister. To give you cause to smile. That is my heartfelt desire.
He is doing the thing. He's speaking from the heart. Who the heck are these two? Why do we keep looking at them? I do suspect they're connected directly to Kona in some way.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tuliyollal saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
That's really good.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud.
Would have?
Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
I did not call this one. I did not expect this, actually. Reason is just dead.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
3 years, huh?
I didn't want to believe it.
Wow.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen.
Oh. I did not make that connection either. I forgot about that detail. That is interesting.
Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself.
Nod.
Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Yay! Hey, the cutscenes are over. The sequence is done. Transitioning into this music from that is a little bit funny. I forgot there was a wind-up Aerith. The head of reason was very wise indeed to devise something so elaborate and meaningful as the right of succession. It's a shame he could not be here to bear witness to the end. A bittersweet celebration to be sure, but I'm glad Wook-Lamont finally got the recognition she deserves. She might have told someone what she was planning, but Wook-Lamont does not act without the best interests of her people in mind. Wook-Lamont was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part with the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say our new Dawn servants will be capable of anything. The future of Tuliolol is bright indeed. Earlier in Yoctel... Something's happening. Much laughter and waving and nodding. At least one nodding.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand.
Indeed it is. That's not the Kettenram voice at all.
Father's daughter, that one.
That was a little close to the Kettenram voice. Indeed. What the heck was that, me?
Steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Don't worry, Kettenram. It's only 5 years until you're dead, and it always will be. Or something like that. Here I go, wandering off. I'm gonna have a great time doing voices like Kettenram's, probably. I like doing funny voices, or voices in general. Anyway, Kettenram's about to die, actually, because this cutscene is angled too ominously. Yep. Well, never mind that then. Guess I'll be shoving off right now. Well, piss. Well, alright then. Farewell, Kettenram. Hi, I'm dead. Dawntrail Orchestra. They are really playing this like it's the end of Dawntrail, and that's very funny. Like, that whole bit that we just saw was like a credit sequence and then a stinger, basically. More or less. Wook-Lamont has truly come into her own, has she not? Indeed, even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her characteristic spontaneity. as evidenced by her nomination of Kona as fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She had to, because it's not like you can carve a monument in 1 second. She could do far worse. Kona completed every feat except the last, and that he only forfeited to help Wuk Lamat secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuliyola will prosper under their care. Nod. Anyway, now Wuk Lamat is going to be written out of the story forever, just like Lys. Goodbye, Wuk Lamat. I'll see you once in Point X when everyone does a big meeting, and then you're gonna be gone for the rest of the game. Stares directly at the camera. I think Lys and Wuk Lamat would get along though, actually. Everyone, thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. Nod. I told you, no titles! Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So, like my family does, I'd like you to call me Lamati. Aww. I hope the text box changes to say Lamati. Do it. I'll try to pronounce it correctly. Ain't that a mood, Sucro? Possibility. It'd be my honor, Lamati. Change the text box. Aw, shucks. They didn't do it. Thank you. It means a lot to me. It would also be my honor to call you Lamati. Mine as well. Indeed, consider us your Eorzean cousins if such a notion appeals to you. Nod. Eorzean cousins? It's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. Expecting Arendelle to speak and be like, I'm still going to call you Wuk Lamat. Lamau. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I want to thank my supporters who are visiting for the occasion. Could you wait for me here? Of course, we'll keep ourselves entertained. Nod. That said, would you join me, Sucro? Nod. Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the Winged Walk, then. To give myself credit, I have been pronouncing things mostly correctly to my knowledge, or like doing my best to pronounce things. But I do constantly worry about it, so. I don't believe I saw Kettenram in attendance, did you? Lamatiae? Alice. Don't worry about us. Go and have fun with Lamati. She'll always be Wuk Lamat to me, no matter how important she gets. He didn't speak up in the moment, but he's still going to do the thing I thought he would do. So, you know what? I'm disappointed the game didn't change her name in text boxes, etc. A little bit. Ready? Let's go. Our first stop is Auntie's Tacos, and not just for a snack, I promise. Wukevu and Mablu should be there. Lamachi is now accompanying you. You can leave Lamachi. Come on. So it's Lamati, right? Because it does sound like Lamachi. And Lamachi is actually easier to say for me, but I think it's a Yi. If she did like a Super Smash Brothers command throw, would that be a Lamat Yeet? Is this anything? Well, I don't know. You say dependent on accent. I don't know what my accent is. I assume that I have one by nature of that being a thing that I think everybody has, even if they don't think they have one. But Lamachi. Lamachi. Lamati. Lamachi. Like, Lamachi sounds close to it already, so I don't know what to say exactly. It's been a while since I've made it to the capital. I'm glad to find it so lively. Dawn Servant Wook Lamat! Oh, she was marvelous up there, wasn't she? I simply wept with joy. Ho ho Kali! These tacos are delicious! Oh, no doubt even tastier if topped with reeds. It's time for Wook Evo's recurring comedy bit to occur once. Maybe. Potentially. Dawn Servant Wook Lamat. Words cannot well express the profound joy your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. Alright then, I shall forego formalities. Ah, but I cannot! You are Dawn Servant! Too disrespectful it is to address you without your due title. As Dawn Servant, I'm ordering you not to bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. I couldn't more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wook Lamat become Dawn Servant, Sucro. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but a Dawn Servant's ascension presents us all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in a commemorative sales campaign. God, I wish they wheeled out, like, Wook Lamat merchandise that they made right now. Right after saying that. A wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of a sale, so long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see all of you It's so good to see all of you again. I wanted to personally thank each of you for your help. The feat of reeds and the feat of gold were my first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of secession before I fully understood its importance. Yeah, exactly. Now that you've given me a taste for celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Tuliolo has to offer. In Jacques Torol, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my services as a tutor, should you desire them. I can think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kona as well. Your duties as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend the Ihihana next season. Of course, I wouldn't miss it. When I've made a name for myself as a merchant, I'll come by the palace and tell you all about my biggest sales. I look forward to it. I have been personally attending to your alpaca's care. Dare we hope to see you at the ranch again? Tell my fluffy spit-filled friend that Wook Lamat will visit soon. The alpaca does not get to call her Lamaji. Ever. Anyway, you'll have to excuse us. Oh, you haven't seen Fontaine around here, have you? A tall, slim fellow with long, pointy ears. I saw a man matching that description by the weapons dealer in Bayside Bevy, in the company of a moblin and a pair of Yakui, if I remember correctly. Bayside Bevy, got it. nod. Enjoy the festivities, everyone, and the tacos. We could not have asked for a finer Dawn Servant. I hope Dawn Servant Kona will join us for Ihihana as well. Then it's settled. The Dawn Servant Dedication Day discount is hereby in effect. The first promise's golden alpaca is as spirited as ever. Too spirited, if you ask me. I can't wait to buy a golden alpaca for 99999999999 gil. Just kidding, I'll never have that much gil in my entire life. But they have set a precedent for gold versions of things that cost maximum gil, so you know. For reference, the current number of gil I have is almost 1 million, and that's it. Oh right, I could unlock the rest of the hunting. I should do that. No, I shouldn't do that actually, because I'll look at the hunting logs and it'll be like, you must kill one spoiler in Spoiler Town, and I'll be like, ah shucks, all geez, all beans. I'll wait. I'll wait. I don't want to know about Spoiler Town. So? Unless map progress is required for these, in which case it's fine. They avoid spoiling me about Spoiler Town? I don't know what the wildest spoiler would be to see on a hunt bill. Probably like... Like, what? I can't... Like, any like, notable, significant enemy that I can think of would be a mini-boss or a boss or a fate boss or something. See, the thing is that I have a level 100 job, which is why I'm worried, but I'll go ahead and grab this thing. Ah, they're telling me about where I have been. Okay. Wait. Oh, right, that's the, You know, I'll unlock this, like, later, maybe. I should just do the story while we're here. I have not come to Tuliolol in quite some time. The citizens behold the High Luminary with awe. No doubt few have seen one of his station or his stature. Hot friend, Rakarak is grateful for this meet again. Dawn Servant, Sucro, you honor us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Tuliolo isn't a short one. Long road worth to travel to congratulate new Dawn Servants. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of this day be as offerings to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary and I attend on behalf of Warlar's Echo. Had our people come en masse, we would have been an obstruction. Shake head. Nonsense! You're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. I'm glad to see you hale and whole, Sucro. Though I know little of the particulars, I can only imagine your latest adventure has been both long and colorful. Beginning with a near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension of your claimant. Smile. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feat of pots, the feat of proof, and the feat of ice showed me that peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Tuliolo I want for you all. So I promise you this. As Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits in Kozamuuka and the Yakwoi of Shirwagar Sultan. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too may the Shirwagar come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for a millennium. While not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. She didn't mention the cracked cistern people at all, but... well, I can be pretty determined. They'll come around eventually, mark my words. I can vouch for the efficacy of such determination. Thanks to the Moblins' hospitality, I've been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secure, the village overflows with feel smiles. Such cooperation between Hellpans and Potsworns is the very spirit of a healthy pot pack. Yeah, she didn't see the cracked cistern, that's true. A partnership like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. I think cistern is spelled with an E. And yeah, they're not like... I don't know. They just seem like another group that needs, like, support. That we sort of passed over a little bit. There are some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hunmuruk. Nod. The Shibrash Rash? I believe I saw him on the sands below. The Gleam Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. Let Sucro do the goblin dance emote. Come and visit us in Earthenshire. Rockarok and I should be glad to welcome you. Rockarok is excited to see how the new Dawn servants will hand help to Liolo. This city will be as one big happy pot. Before the ceremony, we peruse the Tuliolo saga on Morrow's measure. I am proud to see Yakhui glyphic traditions so prominently displayed in the city. I must pay my respects to Gulu Jaja, though he will doubtless insist upon a bout. I guess we have to go to the Gleam Sands anyway, so... I didn't speak to you. At all. Okay, you have a little bit of a different dialogue every time, probably. Right, there's stairs here. We've talked about this. Please hold, Hunmuruk. Wait, wasn't I told to speak to someone with cerulean for— oh, she has blue hair. Fair enough. Let's learn about hunting. Kona brought the system of marks and bills over from Eorzea. I don't think we knew that. Did we know that? I don't think we knew that yet. There's a fun detail. I'm not reading all of this, obviously, but I'll point out any interesting details in incidental dialogue like this as before. We hunt to save lives, not to throw them away for no good reason. Yep. Very well. You must think my attendance incongruous to such an auspicious occasion. That as Autarch of Mamuk, I have a duty to represent the goodwill of my people. What a wonderful variety of foods and flavors they have here. I must be sure to bring some home for the others. Clan Nutsy is an anomaly and should not be counted. My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulations upon your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed. I'm still just Wuklamat. More than just, I'd say. You've grown into a leader fit for this nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this make me wonder, you know, what my birth parents might say if they knew. She absolutely knows this is her birth father and is just like nudging him. Smile. I imagine they would say that it fills their hearts with joy to see the strong, compassionate woman you've become. I owe you my thanks as well for fulfilling your promise to me. Nod. I told Baklojaja to stay with us so we could all congratulate you in person, but he marched off muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. The boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obliging for his own good. I'm sure he'll find it in his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the by, have you seen Kettenram anywhere? Tonqua, that is. Kettenram, was it? A strong name, if a bit exotic. We called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't at home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. I see how we're progressing to the next part of the game. We're gonna be like, whoa, we gotta go visit Kettenram, obviously. Oh no, a corpse. Dang it. Who could have done this? That is a good question, though. Who could have done that? The first promise was notably absent as well, though I assumed he required time to salve his injured pride. Well, now that you're putting these two text boxes directly next to each other, I can only assume that Zeralja or Cyrilja killed Kettenram for some reason or another. Cyrilja was the one who wanted the power. I think that was his name, anyway. I don't know why killing Kettenram would accomplish anything at all, but sure. Everyone thought he'd be the one to succeed, Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tonka, I'm sure he's around here somewhere, or ready to appear when we least expect him. We'd best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves at home, and come and visit us anytime. Various acknowledgements. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let's return to the others in the winged walk. Nod. Uklamat may have realized her goal, but I hope you will continue to be a friend to her. I've heard there's another shop that serves delicious tacos. I'd love to try them. More than a few of Mamluk's citizens have expressed new interest in moving to Tuliolo. I will confer with Dawn Servant Kona to ensure their transition is a smooth one. Determined naturalist. Ferocious beasts on foreign shores. Huh? That sounds interesting. Just looking at the side quest names to see if I recognize one as the one that's a spoiler. And I don't, so I won't do any of them. I got turned around. Oh, they accidentally spoiled that early? That's funny. New quests and advanced marks will be available on reaching 99. But also you have to do the MSQ. Thank you. Okay. So there is a market board and I'm literally right next to it. Hold on. Wait. Oh, there it is. Allow me to check something. How expensive are you? $13 million. Yeah, okay. So, something I was told that's neat. Let's see if I can look this up. The Anteater minion has a piece in its description, if you have it, that says, though appearing to otherwise be harmless, in certain parts, its kind is said to prey on seasonal workers and the men specifically, thus earning it the moniker of the Widowmaker. One of the enemies that we've encountered in Dawntrail that you can see on the hunt board over here is called the Widowmaker. So there's a fun detail for you. Corn spotted. And by fun detail, I mean horrific detail of the wilderness, but also a very obscure, like, callback that they did. There are rumors that Gulal Jaja may go on pilgrimage now that he's no longer a Dawn Servant. Though I'm sure the transition process will keep him in the capital for some time yet. Oh, you're back! Erenville was just regaling us with stories of La Mati from when they were little. What, the one about the taco? It was basically clean when I found it, or no, the one about Papa's feathers? Look, I didn't know where else to wipe my nose, and I was too little to know better. Cool Zsa Zsa stopped by to offer his thanks for our support. He also bade me extend his gratitude to you for assisting a concerned father. I'm not sure what he meant by it, but I assume you do. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush on our account. This song is going to continue to throw me off every time.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
Because it sounds like Amarat for 1 second.
I have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious.
Oh, right.
I want you to stay in Tulihiola with me.
Gasp. I got adventuring to do. I literally can't do that. Sorry.
I'm not forcing you, of course. But should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
Nod.
Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see.
Something about this shot of Sucro holding nothing is funny to me right now. I don't know why. Just the specific angle of it and like the wideness of her eyes now. She's holding the chat cover. Oh yeah, she is.
An adventurer like you could hardly resist, no?
Oh, so the entire reason we're going to Jacques Tarral is because we haven't been there yet, actually. Okay. That makes sense. Smirk.
I can't believe our journey is over already. You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you.
Smile.
Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me.
There was a close-up on Kryl scowling for a second, I guess.
Feel free to pass the time as you like.
Alrighty then.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
Mysterious. Erenville, what is your deal?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel there are even more lessons to be had for Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Nod.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyolal as well.
By all means. Your rooms are at your disposal for as long as you need them.
And what of you? Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
That's the plan, or I'm still undecided, to be honest. How decisive is Sucro in this moment? Well, I guess so. Why not, after all?
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together? The person I intend to meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my hometown in Shaktural. If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Erenville's deal is approaching. Nod.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
I mean, yeah, there are large portions of continents we haven't been to, so. And then suddenly, Graha Tia crash lands from the air. Because he hasn't been in the story yet. Gasp. Hello, Kona.
We're friends to the end, you hear me? Friends to the end!
Uklamat, you dork. I mean Lamachi. You dork. Wow, I can't believe Wuklamat will not be in the rest of the story of Dawntrail ever again. Coughs in having seen the launch trailer in Japanese, but not in English. I'm pretty sure she'll show up again, is what I'm saying. I could have also seen that trailer wrong, for all I know. I didn't pay too much close attention to it. I was trying to like not observe it too closely. And I didn't see it in a language that I knew, so... Anyway, where are we going? Oh, the Sky Gate's up there. Well, hold on then. Oh wait, no, I'm going that way. My brain scrambled. Navigating things is difficult. Hello, Erenville. Past these gates and over the bridge lies Shaktural. You have your permit, yes? Packed and ready? No last-minute stops to make before we leave? Forgive me, I'm afraid traveling with our new Dawn servant may have scarred me for life. No, I can't use the Orchestrion roll. Meanwhile, in the depths of the sky deep cenote. Ah, someone's killed Kettenram to steal his access card. Zeralja needed to get the security card for this. That literally might be what happened, considering. I don't know why Kettenram would have all of these, but... I think it'd be really funny if the super menacing music just sort of stopped because he couldn't figure out how to open the door. This is the gate to the Golden City. 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the Salt, petitioning for the study of this place. What he discovered was something the Dawn Servant feared enough to seal away forever. Or so we thought, until the right's objective became the City of Gold. But to think that Tonqua would be entrusted with its safekeeping, had I known that doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, we might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall obtain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn Servants succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne would be no easy task. The resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. I have liberated the key from the Dawn Servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. Ah. You will gain all you were denied. The right, your father's shade, these bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. There's a good chance I'm being more literal with that than you know, because I'm scheming an evil plan where your memories get overwritten and you become my minion as I get the power. I mean, seize your future, promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you are destined to be. It is like a chalice. It specifically started glowing when you held it. What does that mean? It's working! I think that does. It was enough in the shot that yes. Is some there can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, this gate will not open for me. Only the key in your possession can connect us. I don't know who the heck this is, so don't know what voice to do here, but you know. Then you are the guardian of the great city's power. I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge I possess is enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Well, yeah, the voice is fine for now. Is that so? Fascinating. Name your price then, for my desire is the world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of our rule. Oh, Cyril Zhao's about to get killed. Yep. From promise! Why? I was starting to suspect that would happen like a text box or two ago. But yeah, I can hardly say I called that one because it was so immediately after I thought about it. The useless tool is cast aside. Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish. But in exchange... Yeah, I didn't think they'd finish that sentence right now. Anyway, drums! Suddenly! The freaking drums, I swear. Anyway, hey Erinville, let's go on vacation too, where nothing bad will happen to anyone. Oh, muffins. Ready to get underway? Nod. I hope they make me walk the entire bridge unedited. Then present your travel pass to that guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Shaktoral is a wonder in its own right. I hope the bridge is the entire 4th zone and it's just the bridge. Like literally only the bridge. That would be the funniest possible thing they would do. This gate is barred to all save those with express permission from one of the Dawn servants. Here's my pass. Signed by Val Wuklamat herself. My apologies, miss. If you would wait here just a moment. Also, here's another called shot for 7.x. The Hildebrand quests, Gilgamesh will appear and this bridge will be involved because it's a big bridge. Greg's gotta go to this bridge.
Shall we then?
She's so smiling. Her eyes are so wide. Well, I guess we don't get to walk on the bridge, but we did just get to the Wild West.
On the great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shatona tongue.
Yeehaw!
A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants.
Why does this melody sound familiar?
Had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered.
Oh no.
Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona's supporters hurtled along, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Your narration made it sound like Kona is responsible for Shaloni being in the state it is, even though, like, he's been
my home, Yasulani,
Vau Kona for like 2 seconds. Like, a day.
It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier.
Sukra, ride a train. Gasp.
As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Oh, Funky Fellows. New Funky Fellows just dropped. Sucro's eyes are so wide. And like, yeah, Kona has been doing stuff for a bit. Hey, does anyone know what the heck this minion this person's got is? Like, I have this minion. I don't know what the origin of this minion is, but it feels like it's like from Nier or something. I know it's the Mama Automaton, but I don't know what that means. It's from a Halloween thing? Like, why is it all the way back here with the crossover stuff in the minion page? Why is it right next to Nier? It is a gold saucer prize, but what the heck is the deal with his ghosts? This music sounds vaguely familiar, but I don't think it is a remix of anything. Well, what have we here? I think this is the part where I start doing like Texan Southern and draw accents for literally everybody. Okay, that is Nier. Got it. We get a whole lot of people traveling through here on their way to and from the city. Never a dull moment for me, the Ronique. I think everyone who like decided to live here immediately had their entire accent swap over due to an etheric phenomenon. Or something like that. Short on Ronique. I'm disregarding the fact that Erenville is from here for that statement. Afraid so. If one'll suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. But if you need two, then you'll have to wait. I can jog or drive a motorcycle. The Ronique have been acting strangely of late, more easily spooked and otherwise disagreeable. Picking out the few fit for renting's proven bothersome work. They're usually so docile, and the ones I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either. But much has changed since I was last here, or since last I was here. Not the best start to our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. About that, sir. As well-traveled as you look, it's not only the Ronique that have been giving us trouble. Other wildlife have shown signs of aggression, too. Merchants should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do, and I'll see you both on Ronique for a safer trip. Your offer is most appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. Actually, I may be a little concerned. But the Ronique, Erenville! The Ronique! Whatever gets us where we're going faster. The dialogue has gone into silly mode a little bit. But the Ronique! We gotta ride him. If this is your first time in Shaoloni, I can understand your enthusiasm. It'd be a shame not to ride at least once while you're here. Nod. A fair point. If we're going to give you the authentic Shaoloni experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Right, change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Nod. Take it you're heading out to Husatawi then. I'll have the man bring a Ronique over there. Just mind yourself around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? I love the music in this zone already. Maybe it's the vibe that just makes it seem familiar. Like, it sounds a lot like something I've heard at some point somewhere, but I don't think it's literally a music, like, remix. Rhythm. Also, another town theme. A third town theme. Dance halls exist. You know, I think this might be reminding me a little bit of Octopath 2. Is what that music might have been reminding me of a little bit. It's a little bit like Partitio's theme, if I'm remembering correctly. Which would make sense, considering... Bangles. Bangles confirmed. So I gotta look around this town before I officially look around this town. Saloon doors. Wanted posters for people. Half of them are cats. All right, hold on. I gotta look at the wanted posters up close. I love how smug all these criminals look. These are some smug crime people. Worth 200 something, 100 something. Wanted. They even have like little stats and meters over here that are different per poster. Eh. It's a comma, not a decimal. Yeah, probably. That's not how commas are used in numbers, though, is the thing. That's like 600,000. Don't know what that number is. I'm gonna go with like 600,000 or something. This cat has so much of the third meter, but like none of the second meter. This guy though, meter 2 all the way. What does that mean? I have no freaking idea. This cat has gone with an even build for her crime stats. Their crime stats. This person's more focused on meter 3 again. All right, so we're repeating these 4 wanted posters. I dearly hope that these 4 people are fate bosses in the area. The Serpent Lord stirs. You are what you drink. Around boughs of some sort of like, I don't know, fancy, elaborate, meaningful tree. While we're in terrain that resembles this place surrounding the Aoife tree in Final Fantasy IX a little bit. You know, I don't know, it could be anything. Cemetery. Canyon. Various other places. Grasslands. There is a fate boss that's one of the wanted bounties. Good, good. Various photographs. Wait, did we know that they had cameras in this game? Well, they certainly do. Oh no, they've got the singing wallfish. It could just be a fish that does not sing, but I choose to assume that this fish can sing a tune. Alright, seems there's only these 4 wanted posters, but they're sure everywhere. Oh, hey. Originally built as a supply depot to facilitate exploration and development. Cerulean miners. Hey, you know, like maybe this is just the case with a lot of like Wild West sort of looking towns and all that, but I said the overworld music reminded me of Partitio's theme, and incidentally, Partitio, from what I remember of... Sorry, I'm distracted because there's a Furble over there. The Loathsome Beasts. What I remember of what I played of Octopath 2 is that that was also a mining town. And the mine was like a big deal. Perhaps just there are just a lot of mining towns of this sort in history and media. And it's nothing, but I don't know. Could be something. Could be anything. This is also like, there's also some like Wild Arms energy to all this, of course. I don't actually remember who made Wild Arms, nor do I know that much about it, but it sure is the RPG series with these vibes the most, from what I know. Same 4 posters again. Ah, it's Crime Zone. Wait. Sokoa doesn't do anything reckless. What are you looking at? How did you do crime in a gathering only, Glamour? Some sort of sheriff cat. Sony Computer Media, of course. Okay. Look at the detail on these wood textures. My God. Alright. I'll talk to Arendelle. I'll move on. I just wanted to look around the town first. Before I'm instructed to look around the town, of course. Ah, but also the nighttime theme is here. Last time I was here, it was little more than a camp with a shop or three.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
I may already be noticing the comment that was commented last time about how the second half has way more voiced cutscenes. But it may also just be like a density of them right now. I don't know if that's the proper way to use words, but there might just be a concentration of them.
Hey!
Hi, what's up?
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
Questioning head tilt.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
All right, confirmed that everybody here has this kind of accent. All right. By the way.
Give me strength.
Frustrated gentleman.
For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
This is my time to shine
Shit about your
with voice
evidence,
acting,
you
baby.
lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
All right, they're not all doing that accent all the time.
Let me remind you who the scum is here.
Also, cool earring.
Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny?
I don't know, sounds like you fabricated that. That sounds hella suspicious, my dude.
They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine! If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
What?
Is that?
Estinian? Did Estinian just use the accent also?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
Okay, he didn't. I thought Estinian suddenly had the drawl. The drawl. God, I wish he did, though. That would be so funny.
Hey! What are you doing, Zekawa? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute, you sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
There he goes.
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekawa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends.
Honestly, like, this voice acting in general here is also giving me Octopath vibes. Like, I did watch a little bit of someone playing Octopath 2 recently. But that's more like, it just exposed me to the sort of direction of that voice acting. This feels like it has Octopath voice acting direction to me a bit. If that makes any sense.
But for good measure.
Like this guy.
I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Wahute here sounds extremely like a Octopath chapter 1 or 2 villain type of dude.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
Hey, Estinian, what the heck are you doing here? Were you really gonna elusive jump on by without saying howdy?
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Oh yeah, exactly. Definitely the HD 2D. You do the thing where he like shifts his arm up and holds it out and it makes a little cloth sound. You know that one? The most common conversation pose that anyone ever does. Wait, does Estinian have a cool glowing ring? I didn't see it. Nod.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see.
Does this mean that Estinian got a pass to cross the bridge, or did he simply like jump over the gate? And then the guards were like, well, whatever. Going wherever the wind blows, eh? Or how very like you. Going wherever the wind blows, huh?
Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future.
He didn't give me any money for fighting him. Hey! Gulul Jaja, get back here and pay me for that. Also, I've noticed the corn. It sounds like he's just started to pick up the accent. It maybe a little bit. Nod.
But for now, I shall be moving on. Oh, by the way, I recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
God, I hope Estinian's only presence in this story is that he shows up for like 3 minutes at a time and is never around.
We don't serve Sabatender here.
What did they trick Estinian into eating? No sooner do we set out than we run into excitement. At least no one was hurt. This Dustwatch has their work cut out for them. For as long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were settled by dueling. Questioning head tilt. The peoples of Shaloni rarely saw eye to eye, and for better or worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would sooner not risk their lives, though, it encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolutions in a roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Kona, preferring peace to be enforced through the formal rule of law. God, this means Kona also probably gave them guns, huh? Guns are only here because of Kona, I assume, now. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things ever got out of hand, the Lance Guard would be forced to step in. What freedom they have now would be lost under Zeralsha's authority. All of which is to say that, unless a lengthy stay in a jailhouse appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. Also, I found some muffins. I should like to think that the stableman has arrived with the Ronique by now. I'll go on ahead to check. If you still want to have a look around, then be my guest. Come and find us when you've had your fill. Well, I already had a look around, so... Okay, now there's more quests and such. Let's take a look. Private delivery, sobering proposition. There's some stuff going on. I could do a, I could fight someone in triple triad, apparently. Someone wearing Bosnia fending gear? Maybe not fending. Some sort of Bosnia gear. Now that I think on it, this is the first time I've traveled with only a single companion. It makes for fewer complications. The friend, I take it? Sorry to have kept you both waiting. Unruly wildlife's not the only source of recent distress, I'm afraid. Also been a rise in robberies targeting merchants. As a result, we got a lengthy list of folks waiting to use our Ronique. Which is why I have to ask that you stop at... Shishinewezi Springs. There we go. I had to think about it. That's fine, of course, but why haven't the Dustwatch dealt with this banditry? Kamaka and his fellows are doing what they can, but they reckon the bandits are operating as a gang. Rounding them all up's easier said than done. If you have anything of value, you'll want to take care. And thank you for the warning. We'll be sure to stay vigilant. Right then. If you're ready to set off, I'll see you on your way. Ready? Then saddle up. Your friend seems to know the way, so I won't bother giving you directions. Yeah, I think a draw, like this sort of accent, is probably one of my favorite voices to do for some reason. Here we go. This is your first time, so let's take it slow. Take care not to let it toss you. Yep, there sure are furbles around here. By golly. I continue to be struck by how much Shaloni has changed. That town we just visited wasn't even here several years ago. With few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies, travelers turned into non-palate tenders. Not just for the water in their stems, mind. Their fruits are also said to be both nutritious and delicious. Cerule bomb. That's concerning. I'm concerned by this. See that hole there? Some might hope to find water there, but it is brimming with ceruleum. The eruption of flames from within make for a spectacle, inspiring cautionary tales of people who wandered too close. The Walachi, meanwhile, show great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. Blech. But that is a discussion for another time. We're here. The Walachi show up in the Blue Mage questline. A good thing for these Ronique. They're very important to the Blue Mages. And no sooner did we dismount than the next passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronique. Sukro was disappointed, I guess. Now then. This is Shishinazawi's... Shishinawezi. Yeah. This is Shishinawezi Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloni. People travel here from all over, hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Putsatawi was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They've achieved a great deal in the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but there should still be time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Nod. Iyate is her name, and if she learned that I passed through without saying a word, she'd never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled about Tyrol, but I can but assume she too came here seeking greater opportunities. In any case, let us see if we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Gotta have blue hair. Is this good? This text box is highly concerning immediately. Ugh, just let me lay down and die. Traveler, stop and talk to me for a while, would you? Give me something to get all the goddamn screams out of my head. Yeah, exactly. Oh, what do you do here? Me? I'm the lucky lady that gets to call herself Sawbones around here. It's a great place to practice your craft, what with all the heavy machinery and the heavy drinking. Oh, who can forget the ceruleum? Folk aren't setting themselves alight with it, they're mixing up their flasks and gulping it down. Or both when they want to get fancy. Yep, every day is a busy day in the springs. And I expect you saw the cerulean wells on the road up. A few years back they discovered there's a sea of this stuff down under the bedrock. Tapping companies moved in and started doing what they do best. Yeah, this statement makes sense now. Soon enough, they struck the mother lode and struck it rich. Laborers started flocking from all over Tyrol, looking to get in on the action. Roughnecks, we call them, and man are they rough. Not a day goes by someone isn't busting someone else's nose over something or other. Usually coin. Ah, well, at least it's never boring. Gee, I wonder where this chocobo barding might be from. Could be anywhere. Honestly, actually, it could be from any of the places we've been already. People seem to have acquired it easily enough, so... From the hunt? Oh yeah, it might just be from the hunt. Ceruleum leaks through the cracks in barrels, huh? That sounds like a problem and a half. You missed life back in Luatin in Yawasa. Lunatin in Yawasa, I think. They're raising the difficulty on the pronunciation of names. I'm doing my best. Yes, I'm Ayate, and who might you be? She's my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is! I don't know what kind of accent you have right now. Erenville, yes. A man grown. You were such a darling little thing as a child. I'm trying to combine the two and it's not necessarily working. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really? Only 3? I suppose it all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, this is Ayate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. I'm a cat. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Eleneshpia. The pia is like a suffix then, I think. Because Elenesh was mentioned before. Elena, what now? Is that what they call you here? Is that what they call you here? Alright. I was born Elineshpia. I adopted the new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Viera conventions, so as to avoid drawing attention. But aren't Eastern Viera conventions just that you do whatever? Maybe it's different for male Viera and I forgot. I don't know. Given that this is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. Smile. A homecoming? You know, I've been thinking of paying the old stamping grounds a visit myself. It'd be good to see Kashua again. She's the finest archer I know, and Eshpia's mother and mentor. Every time I drop by, she'd treat us to a veritable feast, prepared with fresh game she'd hunted herself. You're impressive with the bow too, Ayate, even among the Shetona. Some of Erenville's deal revealed. Wait, I don't think I actually picked that up somehow, but like I think I assumed that before. I was already assuming those facts, so I didn't like even process that that was literally just confirmed, I guess. Oh, I couldn't compare to Kashua, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge in nature. That's what earned her a place among Galul Jaja's traveling companions, after all. It feels weird to try and combine both of the accents I've done for this area into this character. She was always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. Even after Eleneshpia was born, she often left him in my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search of the unknown. Oh, how you'd cry and beg her to take you along. It must have been hard on you. Ayate, please. What? We're all friends here, aren't we? No matter how many times he asked, the answer was always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. Thus did she task me with finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to goad me into experiencing the wild world. The wider world. Well, alright, if I'm doing well enough, I guess I'll try and continue. But it was real, and we found it. Nod. You found it? As a part of the rite of secession. I assumed everyone had heard. That's amazing. Oh, she'll be thrilled. And eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Well, we should be on our way. Nod. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best to Kashua. Help! I need help! What's that about? Nod. We'll investigate. Please wait here. Aaronville, you're not armed. Why are you rushing to investigate? Whoop. Well, what's going on over here, huh? Oh, hey, it's one of the people who was at the thing, maybe. I think. No doubt these are the infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika. Oh, right. You don't have that accent. Immediately adopted it upon entering the area for 1 nanosecond. It's Namika, Wuklamat's nursemaid. Aaronville, Sucro. Come any closer and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. But yeah, you were at the ceremony. At Sorrow Bandit. If you so much as nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Oh, yeah? Hold on. Did he say this is Wook Lamott's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. God, and there's the... God, that run animation. Just throwing the Midlander run animation at me suddenly without me remembering it until just this immediate moment. Please, you have to give it back. Oh, there they go again. I'm going after Namika. This lot I leave to you. Nod. Well? Cocky bastard! I'll hang him by the ears and feed the old woman to the dogs! We can deal with them later. First, we need to put this one in the dirt. See, I thought you'd be important and not some random idiot that I immediately exploded. Hey, what the heck is that? Hey, hold on. What the heck is this weapon that you have? Oh, I sort of recognize that, maybe. Maybe? I don't know. Yeah. You shouldn't be so excited about the dogs when you haven't dealt with the camp. That's right. I don't care that you were doing an AoE, you're dead now. Perish. Oh hey, an Anala. Weird that I randomly remembered this enemy name. He just cast Circle of Scorn? Well, he did have a sword and shield. But also, like... It is weird that you cast it, actually. A Ring of Fire... It still feels a little weird to me for Sucro to have a shield. Truthfully. I wanted to see the full animation. So I need to kill more for the hunting mark. Sorry, I got distracted by the skybox. There's a non-zero chance I myself will suddenly gain an accent upon being in this place for long enough. No need to worry, she's fine. Thank you. I don't know what I would have done without you. Nod. The bandit managed to get away, but I have an idea of where they're headed. You said they stole something from you? Nod. A bracelet. It was a parting gift from Wuklamat. I see. Close as you two were, I can only imagine how much it meant to you. But what brings you all this way? With the right of succession ended, and Wuklamat crowned the next Dawn Servant, she is ready to stand on her own. I told her as much, and of my plans to return home to Yasulani. She gave me the bracelet that I might always remember our time together. Filled me with such joy. I wanted everyone to know, everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve, and now it's gone. I would have let them take every coin to my name, if only they had left me that bracelet. I would ask you what you intend to do, but I know that look. We'll be getting that bracelet back. I feel like the glasses obscures Sucro's eyebrows sometimes in a way that makes her look a little annoyed more often than she should. Please, you mustn't put yourself in harm's way for my sake. I can assure you, no harm will come to us. Sucro will make certain of that. I understand your methods can be brutal, but it would be wise to show some restraint, lest you find yourself on the wrong side of the law. Perhaps I should come as well, just to be sure all proceeds as it should. Hey, I don't just kill people for no reason. I don't know what to say. I can see why Wuklamat puts so much faith in you both. Before anything else, let's see her back to Shishinawesi Springs. She'll be safer in town, and with Iate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Nod. Thank you, both of you. Like, I don't know if Sucro was supposed to look, like, mildly annoyed in that cutscene. I think she was just... I think her eyebrows were supposed to be expressing some part of that emotion. But also the glasses are very important, so... Did I speak to you? The office for the ceruleum refinery. I'm gonna remove the shield. It doesn't seem correct to me. Visually remove the shield, to be clear. Still has it. It's right there. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for you to get involved in this. A number of Iate's mining fellows are here as well. Namika is in good hands. Erenville told me what happens, and you needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should try to find us, I'll kick up a fuss and see them driven off. That bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards wouldn't care even if they knew. Makes me sick. But at least she's safe, and I know you'll set things right. If the Dustwatch can't be bothered to do their jobs, they can piss off. Well, alright then. Night-Rolled Silver is still here, but also gelatin and shortcake and banana smoothies and hot chocolate. An odd set of food items, but okay. Alright, let's go and recover that bracelet. While I have nothing but contempt for these bandits, as this involves a gift from Rook Lamont, we must be mindful how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namika would find joy in the return of said gift if lives were taken in the process. If it comes to violence, I ask that you stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to the Dustwatch. Well now, that makes me think you're strong. Really strong. Are you? I may have saved the star on one occasion. No more than any other adventure, or ... I mean, I guess I saved the whole world once. You saved the star? That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. If your curiosity has been sated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? The game took that as like a smug bragging sort of response. But I just imagine it as like an honest, like, well, I guess kinda sort of response. Let's see. Well, late there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tonatanyawi to the southwest. Not really deadpan, just kind of like honestly. Is that the old mining town that was abandoned? That's the one. Now that ceruleum extraction is a big business, no one wants to waste their time picking at the dried veins there. Sounds like the perfect lair for bandits, not to mention that the one with the bracelet fled in that direction. So you'll be investigating the place? I can let the Dustwatch know if you like. No, not yet. It would be best if we went alone. There's something I'd like to ascertain, if you've no objections. Nod. Nod. Right then, let's be off. You find those bandits and you beat 'em bloody, you hear? If you sense trouble, promise me you'll put yourself first. You mean like put myself as the first line of defense? You got it. People are doing something over here. It seems the bandits have claimed this place for themselves. Nod. If this were a different MMO, I would be able to collect a disguise upon killing one of them. And then most of the rest of them wouldn't recognize me, but some of the ones that patrol around would have a line of sight cone thing. They've made no attempt to conceal their presence. How can the Dustwatch not have noticed by now? A question for another time. First, we must find the bracelet. I don't see the bandit who had it. Perhaps they're in one of the buildings. Ramshackle as they are, it should prove a simple thing to eavesdrop on anyone inside. If you would go and have a look about, I'll keep watch for trouble. Nod. Erenville seemingly suddenly has a lot of confidence, despite being unarmed. Yeah, something like that could also happen, probably. The bandits will not notice you here. You can safely eavesdrop. I don't know what MMO that is. I was thinking about Elder Scrolls Online. As you lean in to listen, you begin to pick out voices in the muffled chatter. Don't know where we'd be without him. Probably shoveling sand, praying we'd strike it rich. Ain't that the truth? This is the wrong set of accents. Oh, right. See, I was thinking of the Guild Wars 2 one, but I forgot that like I didn't know they retroactively added what gendered disguises to that. Ain't that the truth? Only an idiot would work the mines with easier money to be had. I forgot how to do voices. Not when we got a boss that can keep the Dustwatch off our backs. I forgot about how that wasn't there before. Previously, I assume it just chose based on your selected gender or something. Hey, watch what you say. The wind's got away carrying secrets to the wrong ears. This is the wrong set of accents. What happened to my brain messed up somewhere? Maybe so, but who'd ever believe one of them sainted souls was running our crew? A drunk who brought your story about the gold-shitting alpaca, am I right? Ha 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 ha. I don't know what happened to my voice acting in the last 2 seconds. Anyway. I gotta practice the drawl more. Yeah, I remember that part of Guild Wars 2 now. I just didn't remember that it was different at character, or different originally. A familiar voice rings out through the wall. Let me out of here, you bastard! Shut your mouth, you sniveling little brat. Make me! I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vulture most of all. You tell him he can eat shit. Yeah, how about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? We'll see how tough you are then. Gasp. Well, time to go look around elsewhere instead of solving that problem. Hey, Erenville. The bandits who took the bracelet may be in this building. Have a listen and see what you can find out. I brought back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at this bracelet. Beautiful, ain't it? But it was made by a famous artisan. You idiot. How are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Boss, please! Please, I'm sorry! I reckon we could find a sailor who won't ask questions. Sell it for a song. Here, your reward. And don't bring me this kind of grief again. I won't, boss. Thank you. Finished, are you? Let's retreat for now. Nod. So, were you able to learn anything? Their leader is a man of the Dustwatch. That would explain why these bandits have been able to do as they please. You say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems we have our work cut out for us. Did you hear anything else of note? Sekowa? That's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? And you say they threatened to take him to speak with the Vulture. Their leader's alias, no doubt. Fitting for a man who preys on the helpless. Well then, not only do we have a better idea of who's behind the recent rash of robberies and Husatawi, but we also know he has the bracelet. Sorry about those names tripping me up. Retrieving it without bloodshed will prove difficult, though, if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. We need to get him alone, or I'll storm their hideout. I can take him. I mean, honestly, I could take them. I could take him. I don't know if this is in character for Sucre, but she totally could, though. The direct approach may have served you well in the past, but it won't suffice here. Wuhuti is the deputy chief of the Dustwatch. He could claim we're the criminals in all this, and no few people would believe him. Yeah, but then I could just break out of jail. I might have a plan. There's a small settlement to the southeast of here. Lunataninyawasa. There we go. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. Yeah, that's true. Lunataninyawasa. It's not that... it just gives me pause to read it, but it's not too bad to say it. There's just a lot of letters in that name, is all. Wild Dara, huh? I think Dara were enemies in Malak as well. Was one place that they existed. I might only remember that because I did Malak as well on stream recently-ish. Sure, why not? Level 97. So here's the weird sabotenders of the region. They do strongly resemble local cacti, which makes sense. Oh. If we're to retrieve the bracelet without conflict, it won't be done barging in through the front door. We'll have to lure him out. To do that, we'll avail ourselves of Yehihisia, dragon-like creatures that live to the south of here. It's their breeding season, you see, and the males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. With a few ingredients and a sample of their feces, I can create an attractant that resembles this scent when burned. We can then lure the Yehihisia into the bandits' hideout, flushing out the vulture and his gang. Then, while they contend with our flying friends, we can sneak in and search for the bracelet. I'm afraid I must ask that you collect the excrement. While you see to that, I will go and procure the remaining ingredients. Sucro folds her arms. And before you say anything, I do not ask this because of any aversion to feces. It would simply be easier for me to find the specific species of wild plants we require. Here, take these 3 pouches, see them filled, and I will handle the rest. Yeah, this is extreme cleaner prank. Alright, fine, Aaronville, I guess. I don't like it. Well, I guess I'll do it. Oh, you know. There's just dinosaurs over here, I guess. It's fine. That's just how it is. See, look. Oh, even the Yehisias are dinosaurs. Okay. A local species of dragon. I mean, I guess. That sure is a sheer cliff. I want to say that these were defined as dragons in like Final Fantasy VI also. I think I saw a post where someone posted a picture of a Yehihisia and said, "Me when I get a high roll on the minion after being carried through the entire dungeon and then leave instantly after winning it." Finished already, are we? Excellent. This will do nicely. All that's left is to mix the feces with tumbleclaw fibers and dried nopalatander roots and a generous helping of animal fat. Come, let's get back to Tonatanyawi. Tonatanyawi. Sucro, it's time for an epic prank. God, all the areas in Dawntrail look amazing. I think this might be one of my new favorite area themes too. I'm just vibing with it for some reason. Everything is ready. Time to set our plan into motion. Also, I brought some shortcake. Or banana smoothie. Or gelatin. Oh right, I didn't use this. Hopefully the audio balance is good. I did turn up the music like last time. A little bit, so... Alright. A fair number appear to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. I will keep watch from here. The attractant I leave to you. Toss it into the bonfire near the middle of town. The Yehisia will come soon after. Daybreaker's Gunslinger and Axe Slinger. Oh, well, they saw me. Granado shot. That's not a real thing. I think that might have been a machinist skill in old times. Granado shot sounds familiar. What's that smell? Oh, that reeks! Comedy has been engaged. What did you put in the fire? Wasn't me, I swear! Ugh, did something die? Someone want to explain that ungodly stench to me? Sucro mad. Boss? Over there! Huh? Oh, what in the world? Yeah, we knew it was the cop. And like, yeah, a cab, so... Ah! Run for your lives!
Dino. It's a jungle. Dino. The wicked wild.
So the smoke's what drew him here. I swear when I find out who did this. I'd say our friends have stirred up enough trouble. Time to retrieve the bracelet. Nod. Hey, what's going on out there? I'm still in here in case you've forgotten. Sit tight, we'll be back for you. What? You gotta get me out of here now. They're gonna kill me. I'm begging you, please. Shh, they'll hear you. Shit, who was that? That's a bit weird. Like, he turned around and saw you and then was like, who was that? And then left? What? I'm a little confused here, but okay. Hey, you gonna help me or what? The bracelet must wait. Let's break him out and withdraw for now. Nod. Whose footprints are these? Yeah, extremely whose footprints are these moment. What was that noise? Like, Erenville was standing right there. Thanks, I owe you one. For a moment there, I thought you might actually leave me behind. All that effort and not to show for it. Sorry about that, but damn, I didn't think anyone would have the balls to take on the vulture. Nod. No need to apologize. We were planning to save you, eventually. Really? I don't even know who you are. You secret admirers of mine or something? No. I'm just having fun with you, but I do appreciate the help. This man they call the Vulture, I've seen his face before. Was he not the officer you confronted in town? The one and the same. When he's not masquerading as a gang leader, he serves as deputy chief of the Dust Watch. That would explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. You're trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help. It's the least I can do after you bailed me out back there. I have an idea where he's hid his cash. Reckon he's headed there now, too. We can go together. I've got a score to settle with him myself. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. Will you tell us? Nod. Right, so those bandits at Tanatanawi, they're called the Daybreakers. And it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. We just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids being harassed by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed help to even the odds. That was 3 years ago. Whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we settled matters the best way we knew how. I'm just mad that they still don't let me use this coat with a checkered scarf because it's a gatherer-only coat. And now they're showing people who have it with guns. Give me the coat! With a duel. I see. By the old laws, anyone who loses in a duel must be held to account for their crimes, even those in positions of authority. And we made damn sure they did every time. But before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force to be reckoned with. Then about a year ago, the Vulture and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took over the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so they did his bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could make a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreakers is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people he was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends Quicana and Luene, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel. And he accepted. I still remember how he gloated that he'd win. But when the day came, he showed up with the Dustwatch and had my friends arrested on charges of robbery. As if that wasn't enough, he set their bail at a price no one could ever hope to pay. With him locked away, there was no one left to help me. None of my old friends from the Daybreakers, and certainly not the Dustwatch. And that's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. I was, until that guy with a spear stopped me. No sooner had I stepped out of town than the Vulture's minions caught me by surprise. They took me prisoner, and well, you know the rest. You said the Dustwatch would be of no help. Are they all working for the Vulture then? Nah, not all of them. The Sheriff, Kamaka, he's as honest as they come. A staunch keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my word against the Deputy Chiefs, who do you think he'd believe? Well, if he knows where this Vulture keeps his spoils, perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? For what it's worth, I have a plan, but I can't do it alone. A plan? All I ask is that you hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at Sheshinawazi Springs. Sheshinawezi, maybe. Here I go. I guess we can decide what to do after he gives us the pitch. Nod. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if, like, Garaha Tia is going to show up at the last boss, like Sonic the Hedgehog in Super Smash Bros. Brawl the Subspace Emissary. And, like, waggle his finger and be like, "You're too slow!" Garaha Tia is gonna do, like, a Sonic homing attack. And everything. Also Y'shtola. I'm grateful he could take us to the Deputy Chief, but it will all be for naught if we're seen. Good, you're here. This is where he hides his loot. I expect he'll show up soon. Shouldn't be too long now before Wuwuti shows up. Wuwute? I don't know. Heroes always arrive late, yeah. Law of the Land, featuring banana milkshake. Well, well, look who it is. Storing stolen goods here seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for someone with his authority. Nod. Yeah, he moves the spoils in cerulean barrels where no one would think to look. They're mixed in with regular shipments of fuel to Tuliolo, where they're sold off. You said he stole a bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're on his tail, chances are he'll be eager to get what he can for it. But I doubt he'd trust a lackey with that business, given the provenance of the piece. Now I wager he's not letting that bracelet out of his sight till he's got coin in hand. I wasn't sure what to make of you after Hutsatawi, but I'm glad to see you're more than an impulsive child. Ah, well, not my finest hour, I'll admit. But there's a lesson in that. The vulture's a slippery bastard. If we're gonna catch him, we need to back him into a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. First, we need to lure him away from here. Over to Hutsatawi would be ideal. For that, I need one of you to help me. This'll buy time for the other to search the barrels for any stolen goods. And using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way to tell if Wahute is carrying the bracelet, but regardless, there'll be time enough to find it once he's behind bars. But won't he simply feign ignorance? Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. A duel? That approach didn't work out so well for your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way he won't be able to wriggle out of it like before. Every man, woman, and child of the wilds understands the importance of duels and the old laws. The deputy chief would never disgrace himself by refusing. But wouldn't you be breaking the law by using a firearm in town? It's not as if we'd be using live rounds, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. What's important is that I get him to duel with as many witnesses as possible. When he loses, and he will lose, that'll be the end of the vulture. The plan is not without flaws, but what do you think? Well, let him have his duel. We can trust in the old laws, or as long as we get the bracelet back. Well, as long as we get the bracelet back, I guess. That bracelet's really important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see to it you get it back. Nod. You're satisfied, then so am I. I knew I could count on you. I was seen in Tonatanyawi, so it's probably best I stay and search the barrels. And you're with me. Tell the vulture I tried to rob you, but you managed to overpower me. Even if he suspects a trap, he won't be able to resist taking the bait. You want to buy your friend as much time as possible and make your way to Hutsatawi. Once you've got the vulture there, I'll take care of the rest. All these words are constantly tripping me up. Alright, let's get to it. I keep, like, misreading where the syllables are. I love to stand directly outside of my warehouse of stolen goods and think forever until someone approaches me. The Yi see what likely that Shtona's doing. What's his angle? And then there's the brat. It's past time I've dealt with him. Perhaps a gentle poke. Poke, poke. Huh? What's this? Ah, an unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you needed the dust watch, miss? What? Zekawa tried to rob you, but you apprehended him? I see. So desperate was he to save his friends, to see his friends free from prison, he turned to a life of crime. How awful. Yeah, Sukro would do this. I mean, is it weird, like tapping someone on the shoulder or whatever is something that people did or do sometimes? You have my sincerest thanks, miss. Might I trouble you to take me to him? He's now accompanying you. I mean, with the sheriff, yeah, I guess that is a bit odd. Not that this is an appropriate time for me to play tour guide, but if you insist. Shishinawezi Springs is home to a thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. It's funny that you can ask him to play tour guide. Is this the place? I don't see him. Just a little further. I see. Very well, lead on. Oh man. We didn't get a good listen to the night theme here. I think this zone has some of my new favorite music. There's gold in these fields, blue gold. Best be wary of the beasts in these parts. They may prefer to snack on ceruleum, but for you I reckon they'd make an exception. Blue gold, sure. Yeah, you can call it that if you want. Is this the place then? Sorry, still learning my way around. This some sort of joke? Well, let's keep moving. I mean, yeah, there's historical precedent for such a thing. You're awful gullible for a crime lord, so, you know, whatever. This better be the place. I left him tied up around a big rock. Must have been a different rock. Oh, now I remember. Hold on. My patience is wearing awfully thin, miss. If he isn't at the next place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I would both dearly regret. Alpaca detected. Unless you'd rather I feed you one raw, needles and all, cut the chit-chat. Uhute is being extremely pranked forever today. All right, where is he? I don't see him anywhere. Where's Zakawa? Tell me where he is, or I'll bury you in the same grave. Goodness me, where could he have gone? That's it! I've had it with these games, and I've had it with you! Hey, Wehute, you looking for me? If you want to place me under arrest, you'll have to work a little harder. You'll be begging for a cell by the time I'm done with you. This music.
Wahute! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Okay, I got your voice completely wrong because I forgot. That's fine.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw.
They couldn't have set this to high noon. I guess not.
You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shishenawetsi Springs.
Shishenawetsi.
Bound for Tuliyollal.
Right. The easy eye would be like would be Wetsi, not Wezi. Okay. Like Grazi, except that's Italian.
The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
Objection, etc. What a Phoenix Wright way to catch you off guard. You would have had to arrest yourself, or oh come off it, I saw you with the bracelet. You would have had to arrest yourself, genius.
What's the meaning of this, Wahute?
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
We must play Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. It's time to etc.
Wahute,
yeah, exactly.
I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it!
Let your pistols do the talking!
Please, do you honestly believe you
I
can
challenge
goad
you
me
to a
into
duel.
playing your
Triple
game?
triad music intensifies.
Well, I mean, giant cartoon rifles do qualify as big irons, I think. In some sense of the word.
You refuse then? A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this.
Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Rubber bullets, huh? Of course. We don't have high noon, but we sure do got tumbleweeds around here. And a weird little crab that's also a tumbleweed.
Oh, you little shit!
God.
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
Yeah. This is great. He's just sitting there so sad because he's done all the crimes. He's just a little guy. Come on.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wahute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you.
Yeehaw, partner. That's right.
But to think that Wahute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Tonatenui. Maybe I'll remember any of this.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody.
You only have like one jail cell though, man.
But those who haven't will be given the
I'm
chance
not
to
confident
resume
I can
walking the
say this
straight and
properly.
narrow.
Sounds correct.
What about you, Zakawa? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done. Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
I like, not only like the middle third of a Dragon Quest game. Not only is this like a whole diversion in the middle of the plot, it's also funny because like as soon as Wuklamot left the party, we ran into someone else who's definitely the protagonist of some other game. Zekawa is like some shonen protagonist guy, just hanging out in this mining town, or two mining towns. A Wild Arms protagonist? Maybe. Yeah.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamot's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
The main thing I remember about Wild Arms from having watched some of it is that you name your own spells. And I doubt anyone engaged with this system without naming their spells something silly. Or arbitrary, because you have to name them. There's not a default, if I remember correctly. Ha! That was a pretty nice shot, right? I remember what my voice sounds like. That ended up being rather more complicated than expected, but all's well that ends well. Phew, finally, it's over. I couldn't have brought him to justice without your help. I don't know how I'll ever repay you. Anyway, here's some banana milkshakes. On track. Oh right, we're gonna ride a train! Sukuro immediately starts vibrating because she thinks trains are cool now, apparently, is what I've decided. Now that we have the bracelet, let us return to Shishinawetsi Springs. Will you be staying there long? I'd like to give you a proper thanks after I find my friends. We weren't planning on it, but there's no need to rush. We'll see you at the springs then. I'll catch up to you just as soon as I'm taking care of my friends. But wait, ether current spotted. Coins, huh? Say, aren't you the one who was stirring up a fuss in town not long ago? Like 2 seconds ago? Do you have any specific reasoning for Sukuro becomes obsessed with trains very quickly? I'm curious. I could use a capable hand like yours if you'd be willing to lend it. My name's Tonzohe. I'm not from around here, truth be told. But I developed the accent immediately because of the proximity to the town thing. I live in Luwatina. God dang it. This is so difficult for my brain to parse, I'm sorry. Luwatin in Yawasa. Luwatin in Yawasa. But I'm here visiting my grandson. I was excited to see him after so long, but then I spied him dealing with some unsavory-looking man, exchanging unusually large sums of money. I confronted him about what I saw, but he'll say little more than it's just a misunderstanding, and grumble as he changes the subject. I realize this is sudden. Trains are charismatic, that's true. I realize this is sudden, but could you just see if there's anything to be done to help him? He's in trouble, I just know it. Leave it to me. Weight's been lifted off my heart. Bless you, miss. His name's Zidikwa. Last I saw him, he was headed inside this here saloon. The Tonawata with a red cap pulled down over his face to cover those bruises, most like. You can't miss him. Fancy. I just need them to say the name of that town like once. Or that place. In a voice cutscene. And then I might be okay. Relatively. A new face in town, eh? Well, what can I do you for? Thinks I'm in trouble, does he? There he goes jumping to conclusions as usual. Thought it'd be less of a hassle if I didn't tell him. Truth is, I've been helping other folk in town with their money troubles. Matter of fact, the man you saw leaving just a moment ago is one of my clients. Questioning head tilt? I should probably explain from the beginning. My work involves loaning gil to folks having trouble with coin for one reason or another. There's a reason I don't lend them Pell, but I'll get to that in a moment. My family's lived here long before there was ever a town here. But then people moved in and they started expanding. Before long, Kamaka's family approached us about selling our land. It was around the time when trade overseas was gaining in popularity. I had it on good authority that gil was on its way to becoming common currency here in the wilds, so I decided to sell the land for gil and use those funds to start my business. Sure enough, everything went as expected, and the business is starting to do well. It's not without its troubles, seeing as money is involved, but I never lend it to any unsavory types. Why not just tell your grandfather about this? The whole point of me keeping quiet was so I wouldn't make him worry. Seems my silence only made things worse. Found himself in a real tight corner once. Gil's what got him there, and now he wants nothing to do with the stuff. When I told him about my idea to sell the land, the moment Gil came out of my mouth, his whole mood turned sour. He said he'd put everything in my name, whatever happens after that's on me. It's not exactly easy to bring up my work when it involves the one thing he seems to hate more than anything. Maybe it's time I change that. This job does more than just put food on the table. I'm able to help people, help this town. But how do I get him to see that? I've got it. You're gonna come and watch me work. Gasp. Grandpa won't hear anything I have to say if it involves Gil, but he might come around to a first-hand account from you. So come and see what my good work does for Hutsatawi, and how I help the people here. He did send you here to help me, didn't he? Promised to make it worth your while. Nod. Right then, before we get started, I should probably know who it is I'm working with. I'm a cant. Sucro, eh? Well, Sucro. First job's to go and see a miner named Wakwaze. He had a pretty bad accident on the job a while back. Had no money for treatment or much of anything. Really, so I loaned him the gil he needed to keep on his feet. But now it's well past time he returns what he owes and he hasn't said a word. There's been time enough for him to not only return back to work, but also receive his wages. Several times, in fact. He usually comes here into town when he's not working, and his shift ends soon. He'll be just outside of town. If we're lucky, we'll catch him just as he arrives. You can sort of see the label on these bottles, but not really. Explain yourself, Wakwaze. Duke Nukem?
You here for the money? I was gonna pay, honest. I just mixed up the dates is all. Can't we settle this later? I'm busy. I know you're lying, Wakwaze, and you're not going anywhere till you can look me in the eye and tell me why you're late paying me back. He's obviously hiding something, but I'm not looking to start trouble. I don't suppose there's anything you can do to, persuade him? Maybe a little flex to show him we're serious?
That's a silly emote to require here, but sure.
You gods, look at those arms. Those absurdly hardened neck muscles. Fine, fine, just put all that away.
God, they made a joke about the neck muscles again, huh?
It's all here, and with interest. If you had the money, why go through all the trouble of avoiding me? When I was still on the mend, my lady friend took really good care of me, see? I wanted to buy her something fancy to thank her, and well... I understand, really, I do. But if you really want to make her happy, you need to get your life together. I'm willing to give you a loan one last time, but we're gonna have a long talk about how to manage your savings first. You're right. What good am I to her if I'm out on the street without a gill or even a pedal to my name? I'll give it some thought and we can talk later.
Nod. Also, people calling out how muscular Sucrose is really silly, given gestures vaguely at Sucro.
I can't blame him for wanting to show his appreciation to a loved one, but it's no excuse to get carried away with his spending.
I would say Sucrose, well, as a farmer, she probably would be at least a little bit muscular, but not like outrageously so. She's not like a bodybuilder or anything. But she grew up on a farm, so she's probably like average at least, if not a little more muscular than normal. Or, well, not normal, a little more than average. But also she's like a book nerd, so I don't really know exactly. She sort of used magic to do farming, probably. Probably averages out just like average level of musculature.
So what do you think of my job? The money I loaned him paid for his treatment and supported him through his recovery.
She worked out at the library, that's right.
That has to count for something, right?
Seemed like more of a happy accident to me. But it's not the Pictomancy quests right now.
I mean...
Sure, I'll say that.
Well, there's always our next client. When you're ready, we can be on our way.
I actually did see someone post about that particular dialogue choice, and I was expecting it to be in the Pictomancer questline somewhere. But it was not. Meeting of the Spirits, huh? Oh, this zone actually doesn't feel as big as it did a second ago. Like, it is big, but still.
Luwaten in Yawasa. Luwaten in Yawasa. Luwaten in Yawasa. Luwaten Yawasa. Luwaten Yawasa. Luwaten Yawasa? Luwaten Yawasa? Welcome, traveler. I wonder if while you're out exploring, you might be able to do me a small favor. There's a cave network nearby where my daughter has gone to offer her prayers, but she's forgotten the all-important fish oil candle. You probably don't have the same accent, but I don't know. Okay, maybe you would. You said it hurt something fierce, so maybe you would. I'd take it to her myself if it weren't for this terrible pain in my foot. It hurts something fierce, it does. Do you think you could give her this candle from me?
Sucro did not even do the receiving item animation. So I can only assume that this lady just like placed the candle directly on Sucro's head and she did not react at all. Yeah, exactly. Cool cave located. Also, non-aggressive bats. They don't have non-aggressive enemies as much as they should. I feel like they add stuff to the setting. Also, I feel like they tend to be bats for some reason, now that I think about it. Bones of creature. Ooh, ether current. Ooh, there's stuff on the walls. All sorts of stuff.
Something I can help you with? Came all the way to deliver this? I'm awful grateful to you, and my ma for realizing I'd forgotten to bring a candle. You see, these caverns are sacred ground, where we come to pray to our ancestors and the more recently deceased. These flames provide the living a way to commune with the dead. Thanks to you, I can light a candle of my own and say a little prayer. Since you're here, maybe you could stand before the flames and offer a few words to your departed loved ones. It don't matter where you're from, all spirits are welcome here, living or dead.
I thought for sure they would prompt me with the names of several deceased characters in a way to like punch me in the feelings a little bit. The butterflies at the very start of Elpis were the only non-aggressive enemies in Endwalk? Huh. I think I pointed that out when I saw them, then. I vaguely remember that. Oh. Dust storms. I didn't even notice, like... That makes sense as a weather condition to exist here. Wrong menu.
Welcome back. I'm guessing you were able to find my daughter, no doubt in her usual spot. She never was one to do things the easy way. You know, as much of a stickler for traditions as she is, she actually works for the railroad company. Still, I gotta hand it to her. She manages to work towards a promising future without losing sight of her roots. Sure am proud of her, but don't tell her I said that, will ya? Wouldn't want her getting a big head or nothing. I'd say me and that daughter of mine have taken up enough of your time, but it was awful nice meeting you. Thanks a million for helping us out.
I don't know enough sociology to know if people really could have developed accents and like speech patterns of this sort this quickly, given that we've like established that this area has only grown relatively recently. But I guess like people in the northern half of Tyrol could have had speech patterns like this developing for a lot longer than this area has been here. So, you know. They were understandably worried, but I've told them of what happened in Hutsatawi. Our minor adventure made for quite a tale. Welcome back. I'm glad to hear those bandits got what they deserved. My bracelet. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is more than just a gift. It is a part of me I could never hope to replace. Truly, Wuklamat is blessed to have such devoted friends. Well, I wouldn't put it quite that way. I prefer to think of us as more as long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you choose... that was like 50 different voices. Regardless of how you choose to describe it, there's no denying the depth of your bond. Though I'm sure you'll continue to do so. Can't say I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. An easy claim to make with the gift of hindsight. There you are, the real Daybreakers have... that's Zekoa. There you are, the real Daybreakers have arrived. I'd like you to meet my two best friends, Quicana and Luine. If it wasn't for you believing in Zekoa and doing what you did, we'd still be locked up. You have no idea how satisfying it was to see that bastard Wehute put behind bars. We never gave up hope that Zekoa would find a way to get us out. He always was the best of the Daybreakers. Glad he's able to convince you to go along with his plan. Fortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking in strength. Besides, some outlaws might see us as an easy target. Nod. Even so, if anyone should give the Dustwatch the slip, the Daybreakers will be there. We'll train night and day, so no one will get the better of us ever again. Isn't that right? Nods. Right, and you'll teach us how you draw your pistols so fast, won't you? Well, we won't need to do if all goes as it should. But on the off chance it doesn't, we best make sure everyone can match or beat my speed. We owe you a great debt, and one of these days, I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you have my word. Till we meet again. If you'll excuse me, I shall find a quiet place to rest. As I'll be here a while yet, though, do let me know if there's any way I can be of assistance. Are you not planning to take the train home? Oh, train service has been suspended. Didn't I tell you?
No, not the train. You mentioned no such thing. Something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. Tunnel was closed as well. An earthquake? Must have happened when we were still down south. There have been quite a few tremors of late, and a rather large one is struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. At any rate, if you want to know when service will resume, you could speak with the station master yourself. Nod. Let's do that. The station is just over there. Nod. But I wanted to ride the train. No. I'd like to believe the train will be up and running again soon. Chocobos keep constantly getting stuck on each other. Sound of menu options being changed. It seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful.
Nod.
Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. If you would please step inside, I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
Shake head. Sukro wants to see the train. Wait.
There they are. That's them, the two volunteers.
Why do you look extremely similar to the trolley guy on the first? You.
Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe.
Nitoikwe. And Walika. You look like very similar to that guy, from what I remember.
And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Oh yeah, his wife was dead. Right. Zapia.
Much obliged for the help.
Wait.
I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
It's even playing music from the first. This is a Shadowbringers. They're doing this on purpose this time. Hey. 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 Also, all of you look like those people, actually. Yeah, there we go.
Something the matter?
I didn't piece it together until I saw that one guy. This time in train form. Would y'all happen to be fans of trolleys? By any chance? Weird question, I know.
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our ceruleum-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
They're gonna be exactly as excited about trains as they were about trolleys when they were someone else.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber.
So, this is really funny to me because, like, the only other times they've been explicit about a character being a reflection of another has been, like, plot critical, super crucial, important people. No, that's entirely theoretical on your part. I don't think you can say Ranjit is clearly Thancred. I think you're going to need to write like a 5-paragraph essay to explain that one. And then I'll have to like check over it and grade your work or something. I don't know why I've assumed the role of a professor here. You don't literally have to write a 5-paragraph essay. What I'm saying is you can't you can have theories about someone being a reflection of anyone. And yeah, that seems accurate to me, Samantha. Like, just because two characters are connected and mirrored or whatever in the narrative doesn't mean that they're related to each other in any sort of way. Narrative parallels do not equal reflections. That's not an established thing. I mean, like, there are plenty of times in the real world and other fictions that don't have parallel universes where there are parallel stories between people. So that doesn't make those people related in any way. But yeah, like any other instance of characters being shards or reflections or whatever is only like really important or never outright stated. And this is just a direct parallel somehow as a bit for some reason.
We're using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first.
Piata-Yonan.
Come on, no time to waste.
That's interesting. Right, we've got work to be getting on with ourselves. We'll be ready to handle that timber when you and the chief get back. With your help, we'll get the railroad operating again, and then you'll have the chance to see our engine in motion. It's poetry, I tell you.
Though no small number live in Shalani, I must confess I've never visited the home of the Hetsuro. As they largely live in accordance with older traditions, I suspect they may have a dim view of the railroads. A new sword already? Come, let's follow Walika. There's another station on the way, so be sure to drop in. The train will be in the depot, but you can still see it from outside. I'm quite taken with the sleek design of the head end myself, though if you peek through the windows, you can probably catch a glimpse of... Enough jabbering, Shenza. Thanks to these two, we finally have some real work to do, so let's get to it. We'll see you later. I suppose there's no harm in stopping at the station. It's on the way, after all. The existence of these tracks through the town implies, like, wagon traffic, I guess. Well, there are wagon wheels everywhere, too, so... More series should have a Krakow. Krakow's pretty good. Stick a googly eye on a cloud, put some spikes on it. Actually, you know what? I think the funniest answer is that this bunch of people has absolutely nothing to do with the people on the first. They're not reflections, it's just a cosmic coincidence. No one is ever a reflection. That's my new theory. Convergent evolution. Basically, yeah. Train! I see it. I didn't expect to be so excited to see the train. I must confess, that train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship goods throughout the wilds now. Right. Mewatosun should be to the northeast of here. Let's continue on. And look at the detail of this gravel. Like that's, I think that's a slight 3D model and not just a texture. Yeah, it is. That's some very gravelly gravel for sure. Wait. Oh, we're at 96 now. Hold on. I need to change the stream title. There. I'm definitely gonna get to level 100 Paladin way before the MSQ is 100. Well, to be technical, you got to level 100 Dragoon and not Paladin. Not that it really matters for the purposes of this. Such beauty. I know more than a few gleaners who would love to explore this land. Ah, there you are. The village is just up ahead. Truth be told, I've never had direct dealings with the people of Mewatosin. Mewatsun, maybe. But I do know their traditions mean a great deal to them, as does the land. Still have an etherate. Sucro is looking. Ah, such lovely clean air. It feels like a treat after the overpowering ceruleum of the Shishinowetsi Springs. The waters nearby are just as pristine. It's a paradise for people and animals both. Nod. I'm glad you appreciate the blessings of nature as we do. Greetings, travelers, and welcome. I am Huato, chief of Mewatsun, and this is my son, Shepeto. A pleasure to meet you. I thank you for the warm welcome, and apologize for our sudden intrusion. I'm Walika, station master of Jacques Toral Railing. The recent earthquakes damaged our tracks, and we require timber to make repairs. This is Sucro in Aaronville, who volunteered to assist us with the restoration effort. Howdy. I'm a cat. You've a most curious air about you. Of oil and steel, tanned leather, and the faintest tint of meadows awash with unfamiliar flora. I gather you're not from these lands. I'm from Eorzea. Truly, I'd love to know more of you and the lands you've seen. Smile, nod. I am told your people hold your traditions in the highest, and I gather you're curious about those of others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, as is our love for her lands and her children. The Hetso in particular have done much to guide our way of life. Where to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads, the Hetso teach us all these things and more. It's for that reason, I believe, that we're each attuned to the shifting winds around us. I see. That word Hetso, it means leader of souls in the Hetsaro tongue, does it not? Nod. It does. There are many creatures revered as Hetso among the Hetsaro. Here we look to the Ronique for guidance. Oh. That's actually a lot like the Eorzean Seeker of the Sun tribes and how they work. Because they're all associated with different creatures and stuff. However, as you may have gleaned from our use of aetherites, while we are committed to our traditions, that does not mean we reject all outside influences. Nod. That said, there are certain things that give us pause. Questioning Edtel? We will furnish you with the timber you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask that you indulge us in a discussion. He'd be glad to, of course. Nod. Wonderful. We do not often receive guests. Come such a long way, and my son is always so delighted to hear their tales. Now, if you'll follow me. That's like a very rare instance of a like bespoke teenager character model. Like Shepeto is now the third bespoke teenager aside from the twins Alphinae and Alice. Or Alphinae? And Alice? Wait, what? Hold on. Alphino and Alice. They did a fusion dance when I wasn't looking.
The land where the Hetzo graze. Oh right, Gaia and Reen too, you're right. God, I can't believe that Gaia and Reen are reflections of Alphino and Alizé because they're also the only two bespoke teenagers on that plane. Clearly they must be reflections of each other as a result. I'm sorry to target you directly. The Village Listener. By opening my ears to the voice of nature, I strain to hear when ill winds begin to blow. Maybe. This one cat exists here just to yell about how she's really hungry and wants the fish right now. If they follow the Ronique with the seasons, it makes sense they'd live in tents that can be broken down and transported easily. This tent is made with the hides and bones of Ronique. I wonder what else they are used for here. Say, do you like to hunt? And what weapons do you like to use? I like swords. Hardbert is Shadow Kirby. I mean, I guess you're allowed to say that. I will speak frankly. We fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. The Ronique have made the potential for danger plain. As you may have heard, their temperament has become erratic of late. A stableman near God dang it. Husatawi mentioned that. Do you know what has caused this? We have our suspicions. Since others were drawn to this land by ceruleum, Shaloni has undergone a transformation. And the railroads are a part of that. Nod. As strong and resilient as they may seem, Ronique are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. As my father said, we do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this, we can't help but worry. Nod. Understandably. I thank you for being forthright. This matter concerns not only the Hetzero, but all of Shaloni. Perhaps we should bring it to the attention of Valcona. Valcona, you say? We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently... How shall I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technological advancement and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Well, that's what he was like before. Mind your tongue, Geppetto. Well, there is a grain of truth to the rumors. He's not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. Nod. His journeys have changed him for the better. He's a bit awkward, so he tends to get misunderstood. He's a passionate man who cares for his people like his sister. He used to be like that, but he got better. He changed. He learned. So in the course of traveling with him, you witnessed him change with your own eyes. Sucro fought beside Valcona on the right of secession. I take her word over rumors. You took part in the right of secession? You're that close to the Dawn Servants? I was grateful for any help, but had no idea I recruited a bona fide hero. Shrug.
The secession of Dawn servants filled us with uncertainty for the future. There's clearly much we do not know. On this particular occasion, the winds of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Valcona for who he truly is. Do you think he might visit someday? Just as his father offered us guidance, I'm hopeful that he will do the same. Smile. Thank you for hearing and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. We're terribly grateful. We're terribly grateful. I promise we'll keep the Ronique foremost in our minds as we continue working on the railroad. And if needs be, we'll seek Valcona's counsel. Nod. My thanks again for your time in the timber. We shall endeavor to return the favor. I hope to see you again soon. Nod. We must talk again soon. Next time, perhaps on a hunt together. You'll come back, won't you? There's so much I'd like to know about the lands beyond Tyrol.
I don't... Did I attune? I already forgot. Nope. Also, this map is interesting in that it like branches off into this section. Oh, funny wind orb. Sucro loves those. Hey, surprise underwater time again. Ah. A very murky underwater area. I really like the variety of the underwater locations here. What's the weather right now? Gales, right? Ooh. An underwater sightseeing log. I just noticed that Imperador's over here. Get out. Get out of here. Stop. I love the music in this zone. Lake Tori. Just like water, the moments which make up life rush past in the blink of an eye. In recognition of this truth, the Hetsuro have given the river which runs through Shaloni the name of Nikwerpi, the swift current of time. The two lakes into which it flows are in turn named after the morning and the evening, with Lake Tori alluding to the former. I haven't read all these out loud, but this one was immediately interesting. Oh look, my Iron Will. Maybe we will. Claw and order. Of course. I really should put a Sucro fact that's just like Sucro will occasionally wander off into the woods. Don't worry about it. Maybe that's why she went to Gridania. In her backstory. She wandered off into the woods, like, a lot. Okay, what's this creature? Hold up. Someone made this in Spore? Yeah, I could see it. Now I'm just thinking about how in my ancient RPG Maker game that I covered on YouTube a long time ago, some of the enemy monsters are literally made in Spore. We have to carry all this back to the station? We've more than enough timber to fix the ties. Now we need to transport it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd be given so much. Mind waiting here a spell while I round up a few more hands and a Ronik? I won't be long. I'm glad that went well, and thankfully it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. Nod. Right, I keep forgetting I need to manage my inventory. Titanium, gold, shield, and falchion. Oh, you know. Is that normal? I like that it makes a sound. And the land would tremble. You can't just call something that. That's like super foreboding. Someone unleashing Ultima over here or something? While we wait, we could get started moving the timber somewhere more accessible. It shouldn't take long if we split the work. Time for Sucro carrying a giant box technology again. Oh no, there's... But wait, there's ether currents. Is this the most efficient way to carry a large box, Sucro? I'm just now realizing that it would look very funny for a Lalafeld to be carrying this. Probably. I assume it does not scale to them. I should think this will be enough. That was mighty kind of you to move all that lumber. Sorry we didn't make it back sooner. We'll see to the rest. Nod. Once we've repaired the tracks, we'll have you on the first train out of town. Ain't that right, Chief? As much as I'd love to make it so, there aren't any spots available. You have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. But you'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can do to repay your kindness. That's fine. Namika and no few others were here long before we arrived. It's only right they go before us. Nod. I hope you'll stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. And Hitoikwe will be driving. No engineer compares to her. It's always a treat to watch her work. Can't wait for the land to tremble in the sense that a fault will open up and kill everyone on the train, and this guy's wife will be dead in both timelines. Hooray! I hope not. The only work we should be worried about's our own, Shinza, and we still got more to do. I'll find somewhere quiet near the station to pass the time. If there's anything else in Shaloni you're keen to see, I'll leave you to it. Nod. I'll handle the rest of the work from here. You just sit tight now. My thanks again for your timely assistance. Won't be long now before the tracks are fixed and you're on your way. I almost said like tracks. It'll be good to have the train running again. I miss the sound of it barreling down the tracks. Well, anyway, I have to do these ether grind quests. I'm gonna... Also, I'm gonna try to not, like, stream until 2 in the morning every day. It's probably not a good idea to do that, so I should, like, you know, not do that. However, how am I supposed to stop playing this game? I don't know. Well met, traveler. Have you perhaps seen a Ronek calf around here? I spotted a youngster south of Lake Tori. It seemed like they'd gotten separated from their kin. With all the hungry fiends that roam the area, the poor beast doesn't stand much of a chance without someone to protect it. The thing is, I'm just not cut out to defend it from any would-be predators. You, on the other hand, seem more than capable of handling yourself. I don't know why I stumbled over that so much in how to enunciate. Would you be willing to seek out the calf and escort it back here in my stead? They ought to be somewhere to the south of the lake. Cow escort. Cow defense. Oh, you're gonna follow me, baby. Yeah. Bad timing. Ah, beans. Ah, Jesus. I feel like they made a design error here by having a fate that can spawn in the way of an escort quest. Could you, I mean, I understand there's a lake and all of that. I mean, it's not a problem. This cow is sturdy. Wait, what happened to the other one? There were two of those, right? Hmm. Odd.
Ah, there you are. He returned the calf. What a relief to see the head so unharmed. You'd be surprised how often Ronique calves go astray. In most cases, they fall prey to some fiend, but such is the way of nature. Though if you manage to get there before the fiends and raise a calf from a young age, they make for excellent beasts of burden. I'm not suggesting I'd go as far as to kill a calf's parents to single one out, yet I do make a point of trying to rescue any stragglers I happen across. The way I see it, that's as much a part of nature as any other fate a Ronique could meet. Thank you, traveler, for bringing this one back safe and sound. I shall do my utmost to care for it.
I got jump scared by the fate a second time in a different way. So I don't think there's another ether current thing as of right now. I missed.
How do you feel of these sights? Well, they appear to have almost finished.
Upon proceeding, several cutscenes. I knew it. Upon proceeding, several cutscenes will play in sequence.
Well, I'll be right back then.
I don't think I want to do this or that this time, but I'll be right back. Hello. If Sucro were a slightly different sort of cat, they could say serval cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view them in their entirety. Please set aside sufficient time to watch footage of servals. Trade.
A glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Ain't no getting off this train we're on. No, they haven't referenced 7 that much in this game overall, actually. Maybe they will start suddenly.
Here she comes!
Waving. And then the train exploded. Probably not. The several cutscenes do make me worried about something happening here. It's going to be like, meanwhile in space, and then a meteor.
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tyrol. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream.
Meanwhile... No? Never mind. Suddenly, a giant explosion rings out.
Goodness, I completely lost track
maybe
of
not.
time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Okay, I was close.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
Suddenly, Titan Unreal 2. Okay, no, that's way worse than that. And then everyone died. And then Krakow was here for real, though.
Gods have mercy.
Is that good? I don't think that's good. I think that's bad.
What in the flying? What's happening?
Oh, the train! Nitoikwe and the others!
Nitoikwe.
My home lies that way as well.
We're going to investigate. Right now!
And then suddenly, Doom Train! God, right, they did do that, didn't they? Oh. Oh. That's not Doom Train, that's a Star Destroyer. Well, that's going.
What in the world? Are they heading for Tuliolal?
We need to get back right away, or we need to follow that airship. We gotta get back right away. Nod. Sukro, use your teleport anima. Ah.
Heavens forfend.
So this explains why we're...
Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning.
This explains why Wuk-Lamat is in the rest of the game, I guess. At least I'm assuming that she is. She's here now.
The people need our help.
Nod.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
Yeah! What the?
Well, now I know what the paladin sword looks like.
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
They might be, though. They might just have power suits. Okay, so those gunshots were in the launch trailer. Jesus Christ.
Someone help me, please!
Heshua?
Oh.
Jesus.
Bastard!
Holy crap. Like, we knew her, yeah. Dawntrail. Happy fun vacation time is over now. Ah. 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 So that's what...
What did it just do?
So that's what with the souls. So... So we knew from pre-release materials that the souls... I don't remember the exact text, but there's some soul shenanigans going on. I think soul storage was a piece of text that was visible in a screenshot. Yeah, that one. Children too, huh? Hey, Bakul Jaja.
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety.
Yeah, soul storage. So
hold the line here. Fall back to the palace.
So it is possible that soul storage also means, despite being like a very concerning set of words, it also might mean that people aren't
quickly before it's
actually
over.
Dead forever as a result of this. Like, we might be able to fix things somewhat. in the future, but I don't know.
This is simply how I do things now.
Also, yeah, there were 2 souls. I don't know what that means.
So, who wants to taste my blade next?
Wait. I mean, I guess they did that. I guess. I didn't think about that, but yeah. Oh, hello, you. You dislike this, huh? Alright, Ultima. She's very important, but I don't know why. I'm going to call her Ultima until anyone tells me until the game tells me otherwise, though. Expressing melancholically over there. Alright, so... Wait, is that like Cyborg Zeralja? I think I saw for a split second. Sure freaking is! Okay.
That you should still live.
He did meta Ridley himself. Even his swords. So that's the Viper weapon. Okay, okay.
Zeralja?
By the gods, what has happened to you?
Wait, Kettenrem's alive.
This is your butchery, isn't it?
Wait, I guess they just knocked him out? Why is he here?
After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuliyollal and surrender of all its territories.
Is Zeralja's voice slightly more like stilted than it was before, or am I just imagining that?
Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
I think I'm... Sucro hates this.
Have you gone mad?
Yes.
No. My ambition remains unchanged.
Okay, that was funnier than it should have been.
To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
Zeralja, why are you so dumb? Stop it.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time?
Okay, so Galul Jaja is going to be dead by the end of this scene, and I'm going to be very upset about it.
To harm the very people you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
Oh, a sword beam, huh?
You have heard my ultimatum. And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Galul Jaja is dying by the end of this cutscene. Oh, no.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
Did you just see him shoot a blade beam with his cyborg sword, though?
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
What the hell does that mean? You're not entirely Zeralja, are you? I don't really like that we're just standing here and watching, but there's not a lot we can do in this instance, I think.
No.
Oh.
Farewell, Zeralja, my son. And forgive me.
I did not expect that. I expected literally the opposite. He's gonna get back up and like shoot you in the back with a laser beam or something, though. I mean, yeah, look at how the... Yep. Activating self-destruct. Or this. Content warning blood. Okay.
What?
How?
Despite his old age, the mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed.
Alright, blood invisible wounds, huh? So I'm still correct.
You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one.
Oh no, is he gonna cut the head of reason off or something specifically? Oh jeez. Souls, huh?
I shall even the odds.
Yep, he sure freaking is. Alright. Well, maybe. Yeah, that's evil reawakened. It's red. You're right. And with the same effects. Okay, I was correct then.
Papa?
No.
Yep. I think I see why we call the rest of the Scions in after this. Cause we got a capital P problem now. Oh dear.
Even the blessed are mortal. Father! You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom.
Your kingdom, huh?
Strike me down, like I did father. Then will you be his worthy successor?
So you're the second trial later, and then the third trial is something behind everything. Got it. Maybe.
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
So that death did get me, by the way. You might have noticed, I'm not sure. Sucro, you have clemency. Sucro, help. Well. Father, no. This cannot be. How could this happen? We did everything we could. Everything. But it simply wasn't enough. Have mercy. No. Papa can't die. He can't. They really need to fix the thing where they play the quest complete jingle, I swear to the 12. This is not the time, quest complete jingle. Good grief. Oh wait, to equip that. No time for tears, but it is time for new pants, I freaking guess. How could this happen? Quest accepted, Jingle, you go sit in the corner too. Please. Ugh. In a kind of gallows humor upside down smiley face way? Yeah, maybe. The acacia gears, the Mad Max style leather outfits. Yeah, that makes sense. Gonna glamour over that as soon as possible. Definitely not Sucro style. Also, I hate it.
I am beyond saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Sucro, switch to White Mage and use Benediction, please.
Look
it wouldn't work.
My children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found
I think this one is more appropriate.
comforting.
This is the correct face for right now.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Papa. Papa. Papa.
Anyone who says Wuklamat's voice acting is bad is objectively wrong, by the way. Wow. Well. If I go outside into Tuliolo with the warships in the sky and the music goes back to drums, I'm gonna like lose my freaking mind forever. God, I hope it doesn't do that. Don't tell me the good news yet. Okay, they avoided that. That's technically spoilers for 1 minute from now, but still.
Kalul Jaja was so proud to be succeeded by his children. To think that he will never get to see them carry on his legacy. What can we do now? At a time like this, we must take the initiative. There will be countless people in need of help. I don't understand. If only I'd been more careful. We must see to the people. Assess casualties as well as any damage done to the city. Yes. Right. So, Val-Wuklamat, Val-Kona, bring word from the city. The enemy has withdrawn, and the Lands Guard have begun rendering aid to the people. Casualties within our ranks have hindered progress, but we continue to do all we can, all that we can. Nod. I thank you for the report. Please inform the Guard that they are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. the people. I need to help them. We will assist you in whatever way we can, of course. Thank you, thank you. There are sure to be wounded everywhere. More than I could count. We'll split up and help all of them. You can count on us. Nod. Elfino and Alize, could you take Bayside Bevy and Kryl and Erenville, the palace perimeter? As for Sucro, please come to the Resplendent Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Nod. Nod. Okay, they didn't do the thing, but I did run into Shogunyan immediately after leaving the room. They didn't do the drums, but Shogunyan is here. I was about to make a joke about the weather being and how the weather should be something, and it's literally ominous clouds now. They literally changed the weather to ominous clouds. And there's the warships. I was gonna suggest something more harsh, like weather. We're screwed. You should be all right now. My thanks. I'll be fine now. But we failed to protect the people. Why did so many have to die? Where were Wuklamat and Valkona? They're not to blame. I understand, I do, but I need to clear my head. Yeah. It does, I agree. Thank you, miss. But my husband and son, they were... Why did this happen? They've made it difficult to actually locate the citizens to speak to a little bit. Didn't realize you could go over here. This is out of the range.
Well, no, not this one. Not this one. Uh-oh. Oh, wait, no, you're right there. It's not even one of the houses. Thanks. I think I'm all right. Did you see them? Those soldiers? They looked like people, but they killed and killed with no hesitation. If they attack us again, how can we hope to defend ourselves? Can't we have a day of peace in this damned country? No, apparently. Look, I'm not asking, where are you hurt? Thank you. I thought I was done for. I heard something disturbing. The enemy leader, they say he looked like Zoralja. But that can't be true, can it? Why would the first promise attack his own people? If it was him, what happens now? Is he going to come back? What do we do if he does? Thank you. The pain is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? Why are those things still in the sky? We had peace under Golul Jaja. We were safe, but now... I'm sorry I raised my voice. It's just... I don't know what to do. Meanwhile, I could take this random side quest from a child that's completely, tonally different, probably. You've finished eating the people here? Nod. Thank you. There were children among the wounded. Children? No. Now isn't the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are at Talon March? And afterwards go and find Alize at Bayside Bevy. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Thank you. I try my best. When the situation calls for it, I can put emotion into my voice acting. And Stars in Time was a lot of that all the time. So, you know. That kind of made me realize, oh, I can act, maybe. There is no evidence of significant damage from the battle. The fighting did not spread this far, it seems. I didn't think to check. Ah, this is still blank. God, like... I don't know if it's a consequence of the weather or just in general, but like... The first impression of Tiliolo is a lot about the color of this city, and look how desaturated and empty it looks in comparison to like the colorful, bustling place it was when we got here. The fresh scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. Well, at least the lanterns still work. The shop appears to have weathered the chaos, though its wares have been strewn across the floor. I almost wonder if this should have been a solo instance instead of having all these people here. But, you know, whatever. MMO. Nature of the medium. In a way, it's wild that, like, all the players are here normally while the place is so differently arranged for me specifically and anyone else at the story sub. Yeah, the lighting does a lot. The port remains unscathed, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. They sure do. So, there's a high chance of these enemy soldiers being literally soulless. At least at the moment. Which would explain their ruthlessness and lack of speaking at all, and so on. So that's something. I've helped all those I could find, and seen them delivered to the into the Landsguard's care. As many casualties as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hadn't fought as bravely as they did. And if Zoralja actually meant to harm the people... I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. I suspect his aim was more to incite fear, to show that he could strike whenever he pleases. But we can discuss that later. How is Lamachi? Even after what happened to her father, she's trying so hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Still, everyone has their limits. She needs rest, and soon. Someone mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gornatruk Gleam Sands. Also, I really like that Alize did actually say Lamachi here. Like, that feels important to me. When she's not even around at this exact moment. But yeah, like, he clearly did this, at least from, it was like, she did figure out how to pronounce it. Well, there's the Reaper Scythe from Solution 9, I guess. Think. And also full armor. Well, here's the maiming set from later. But like, it seems to me that like, yes, he probably mostly did this like to prove a point as a warning shot to incite fear. But that wasn't it, because we did see something, presumably souls, extracted from some of the people that were felled. So there is also some sort of other thing going on here.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
Wait, is that...
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Oh.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
Oh. Oh, I thought it was like someone we recognized, but...
How could I?
Still. This is still a lot.
Look at me, Lamachi.
Oh.
You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
Nod.
But my people... I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
Nod. Yeah.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
It's not your fault. We'll handle this together. You won't save your people by... God damn it. Why would you ever say that in this moment? I think if you say this, the game should close and there should be an error message that says you were too rude to Uklamat, and then your computer gets nuked from orbit by a satellite. Anyway. We'll do this together. I need to get a better grasp on Sucro voice, honestly.
You'll stick with me.
I should practice voicing Sucro is what I should do.
Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do, rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before. From Yokhui still longing for conquest, to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen. Even so, I believe that by learning about one another
oh my god, I
engaging
just
in
realized
good faith,
something.
we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did.
So, I did watch a playthrough of Final Fantasy IX fairly recently-ish, so it's somewhat fresh in my mind. In that game, when you get to Bronbal, I think, the village of the genomes, the people without a soul, a lot of time is spent with the party split up, trying to interact with them and talk with them and get any interaction with them to happen. And they're going to do that exact same thing in the future. I bet. It's going to be very similar, I think. Because Wuk Lamachi is talking about she's going to suggest we can talk to these people, but we literally will not be able to.
My brother is different. There'll be no reasoning with him. He killed our people. Our father.
Okay, maybe
He'll
she won't
stop at
say there's
nothing
reasoning.
to achieve his goal.
But unless she's going to say, like, we can reason with the people, though, I don't know.
What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
Well, okay, I didn't expect you to be going in that direction with your speech, Lamachi, but yes. I'm fine. I just needed a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being there for me, for urging me on despite all my sulking. Sitting around complaining isn't very leader-like, is it? So much has happened so quickly. I struggle to make sense of it all. The strange soldiers, those floating ships, the new powers Zoralsha commands. Given everything he's done and still intends to do, I know I can't afford to run headlong into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray, but I will make it my strength. The strength to do what I must. Right. I'm heading back to the palace. I need to talk strategy with Kona. Could you and the others join us in a while? However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. I want you all to be aware of it. Oh, and could you tell Alize I'll be alright? She's probably at Bayside Bevy. Ah. Oh, you're back. By that, I take it to mean Lamachi is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the— Someone just crash landed 5 feet from me. She needs to be strong for the people of Tural. I understand that.
but she doesn't have to do it alone. So if she intends to fight, then we fight together. Nod. That said, I wish I knew exactly what we were up against.
Yep, this sure is this armor set. Well, not anymore, it isn't.
It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look like any automaton or magitech weapon I've ever seen. As far and wide as you've traveled, though, perhaps you've encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look? It may yield some clues as to Zeralsha's new powers.
This is going to draw a comparison to the soldiers that we saw in the Dead Ends, isn't it? Examine the fallen soldier. You may move the camera, etc. I'm forgetting that Corellians, I think? I would not be surprised if it drew this comparison. From a distance, it appeared to be simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. Oh. Wait, actually robots? The material from which it is made is unclear. Yeah, you can get that gun, I imagine. And you see no signs of a power source. In place of where eyes or a mouth might be, you see a strange sigil on the front of this helm. It's a triangle. The general shape of this weapon resembles a gun, but its construction suggests it's far more advanced than anything you've seen before. I don't know, I have like a space gun made by Space Mandervilles, so what do you think? It's unlike anything I've ever seen, or it looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical.
Seems to be more mechanical than person.
I really gotta practice the Sucro voice.
Indeed, while it resembles a person, it has features that make it uncanny. The lack of a face not least of all. Did you see any sign of a power source? So it probably doesn't run on ceruleum or any other conventional fuels.
It runs on souls. You know, it's possible they weren't harvesting souls or whatever, like specifically for a purpose, but just to fuel themselves.
I tried channeling ether into it earlier, but there was no response. That would seem to rule it out as an arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now. Far cry from the unstoppable enemy it was in battle. Even the material it's made of is a mystery. Rather than the metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently?
The palace is made of stone too. Thanks, Sucro.
Yeah, in the Skydeep cenote. That's right. The glowing stone used in the chamber with the gate to the Golden City. And while the soldiers are a different color, the warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself.
This is awfully metal-like for stone, but I'll take your word for it, I guess.
There has to be a connection. Let's share our observations with the others when we gather at Sunperch.
Nod.
The sooner we get to the bottom of this mystery, the better.
I think we should just take the gun with us, and then, like, we have science team. But I guess we're just gonna leave this body here. I think Sucro should have tried to take the gun and fire it, and then it turns out that it's ID locked, just like Metal Gear Solid. And she makes a pouty face. I think Sucro should get to say, my sword is a tool of justice. But this isn't my sword. I don't know why I'm going this way. I'm just gonna go to the nearest etherite and then go to where I'm supposed to be. A Jetstream Sam for Sucro. Hmm. Some sort of foil to Sucro. Perhaps some sort of evil Sucro. Although Jetstream Sam is not evil Raiden. That's way oversimplifying anything about Metal Gear Rising. And also just objectively wrong. Really. Really? I mean, it's a well-written game. Suker? I don't know. Probably not. Suker just sounds like sucker. Like there's some sort of sucker that would fall for stuff. Yeah, I know Scarecrow. But still. Looks like everyone is here already.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
Nod.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Nod.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
And it's the rest of the Scions. Ta-da! Shrug. Questioning head tilt.
Greetings, everyone.
It's at least just Graha. And also Y'shtola. It is the rest of them. Everyone else is elsewhere. He's here.
Raha! Y'shtola!
I forgot Alize was on a Raha basis with Graha and was allowed to cut the G apostrophe out.
After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Don't know if that's happened before? Huh. No one will ever call Y'shtola just Shtola, because she'll kill them immediately if they do. He did bring his team with him.
Of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors.
Graha bringing his theme with him is the exact opposite of that part in Final Fantasy Strangers of Paradise where Jack Garland says bullshit and then walks away and plays something on his phone. Instead, Graha enters the room and walks towards us and says hello everyone and then plays his theme. He has the exact opposite energy of Jack Garland, I think.
Thanks to Wuklamart, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested, but based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Tural.
Alright, so we're going to hear about Golden City stuff in a second, I guess.
A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold?
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Tural nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
it led to another reflection.
I'm sorry? Did it now? So, like, many people speculated about this prior to the release of Dawntrail. But I guess okay, here we go then. Yeah, I agree, sound effects. Yeah, I know.
I can take the story from here.
I was waiting for them to explain further.
These affairs,
I'm waiting for them to elaborate.
To speak on the matter.
Just in case they're like, nah, you're wrong, Y'shtola, lol, Lamau.
I was there too, you see. in those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja.
Let's wait for this scene to end.
I saw that day, I'll never forget.
Oh, great. I'll never forget it either now. I think we're gonna get multiple bingo squares now. Because you just said Galuf was here. Galuf is here. Alright. That's Galuf. Hello, Galuf.
This black stone is remarkable.
Well, okay, 2 bingo squares for the price of 1.
I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
Yeah, alright, fine. I'll open the bingo. Here we go. So, let's see. Galuf Baldessian appearance. One of the shards is relevant. I think it's fair to say that it's relevant, I guess. Save. Save as. And then the bingo is here. Well then. Fascinating, isn't it? I say to myself, agreeing with myself, I guess. I'd say there's about a 90% chance of an Odin skeleton enemy appearing in this segment somewhere.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
Galuf's in a pickle. Apparently I am always thinking about Onion Knight of Dark Souls variety.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allagan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Wow. South Sea Arcanum mentioned. That was not on anybody's bingo square ever. Or anybody's bingo... whatever. I can't believe Status is in Dawntrail. Shoutouts to Status, I guess.
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
You know, I really should have predicted
An earthquake?
that... Wait a minute. I was about to say, I really should have predicted that another shard would definitely be involved if Galuf is involved, because Galuf is effectively from a reflection in Final Fantasy V, in a sense. Because they're like 2 halves of a world that was split up and all that. And, it's also occurring to me that earthquakes happened a lot in Final Fantasy V. For a variety of reasons. I think some people mistook the meteor impact as those. Ah.
None of this has ever happened before.
That is true.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
What? Cryos from there? Excuse me? What? This is also Final Fantasy VI, kind of. A little bit. With the espers and stuff. A little bit, not exactly. We can't hear them for some reason. Also, nice island sanctuary glamour, Kryle's mother.
Baby? Now, hold on. Why would you...
And, oh. And there's the key.
Now, what's this?
What is this? Who are you?
Perhaps they just don't speak the same language? Or... Yeah, none of these people have the echo. I think that shot was in the launch trailer, actually. Of this lady looking back and shedding tears. I think? Without, like, the surrounding context?
Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact, either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
Huh.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
Huh.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself.
Huh. But what does the earring mean then?
Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this.
So the earring, huh? I have no idea what the heck this earring means as of right now, but I do like the fake reveal that it was simply a popular earring in this area earlier. They're like, yeah, it's just a popular earring design. It's fine, don't worry about it. It was from another world. So that means that the earring absolutely does have significance in that world. Presumably.
But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
I don't know, I think you're pretty relevant to the pressing matters, Kryl.
The forces that assailed Tuliyollal. You suspect they are somehow connected to the Golden City?
Nod.
Thinking back on it, the soldiers look like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
The bandit? You believe that it was...
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It's the best we've got.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
You know what? Kona and I suppose Lamachi are taking the fact that there are other worlds surprisingly well, when I don't think they knew about that, like, yesterday.
Hold on. We've been going on and on about the reflections, but what of my home? What's become of it?
Also a good question. This looks like a job for the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Suko, no. We're gonna find out.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
I'm doing the thinking animation that Alphino does in real life right now. You know what the scary giant dome looks like? It looks like how in Final Fantasy V, when places get sucked into the void at the end, there's like a big old scary dome that happens for a second, I think, before it leaves a hole in the ocean. So that's something, isn't it? I know it's not the void, but still. Yeah, we just need to find Mirage Village so we can play the last piano and... I mean, Sucro already has Bard, but she doesn't have it at 90 or 100, so, you know. Well, it's the Electro Void, obviously. So a lot of people speculated that that Solution 9 was from another reflection. I believe many of these speculations suggested things like it being remnants that like escaped or survived the lightning aspected calamity on the reflection that died from that. However, consider that the void is like screwed, and also there are still creatures there. Consider that those are like void sent and all that. Consider that the void existing as it does proves that something being lost completely to one aspect of ether doesn't mean that it's gone. And my current thought is that rather than this being survivors of the lightning calamity, this is the aftermath of the lightning calamity. Potentially. But that wouldn't explain how it ends up as an in-game hub city, except for like, my only thought there is that if it ends up permanently connected to the source, then the etheric balance will even out over time or something. And yeah, they might have been leaving ruined dimensions behind and not caring. This might be more of a ruined dimension than the survivors of one, or something of that sort.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go.
I would say you could call them that potentially, but also like the equivalent of Void Sent on the first was Sin Eaters, and that's a very different sort of way to name anything.
I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zorolja and restore the people's happiness.
And they aren't being sent from anywhere, that's true too.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliyollal.
That makes sense.
Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
I also just realized that if the lightning aspected ether is what all this actually relates to, then that's literally the Thunderdome. And we also just got Mad Max-esque armor at the same time as the Thunderdome. Is this anything? Yeah, Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, exactly.
While that is funny, I do believe people need to get beyond Thunderdome.
We're going to get beyond Thunderdome eventually. Please note, I've never seen any Mad Max movies.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here.
Nor do I wish
so
to.
I will remain.
Hey, what did... The camera was like swaying a bit.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we're prepared for the worst.
Yeah, the camera did sway a bit.
To the dome.
This is a text box that's kind of funny without any context, similar to I have read. I wish to go to the dome.
As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world. But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the Dome crew.
I'll join the Dome crew, also a great set of
We should
words.
accompany them, Graha. I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible
Yeah.
from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
I think this conversation is teaching me that the word dome is slept on as far as like funny shape words go. Like everyone knows cube is funny, orb is funny. I think we're sleeping on the word dome. Actually.
It seems our teams are assembled. A fine roster, I think.
Graha, you must go with them because they don't have a tank because Thancred's off
Looks good to
doing
me.
something.
We'll find a way to deal with
Oh wait,
the
no, we
threat.
have Wuklamat.
For the sake of Tural.
We might need an op tank.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you,
Is this gonna be like another trial? Because we haven't had a trial in
Before
a
we set
bit.
off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
Nod. Nod, nod. Nod, nod. Well done.
I'm indebted to Ojika for overseeing our operations in my absence. I will endeavor to make myself as useful as I can here. Another reflection encroaches upon our own, but how and why now? I fear we need to know more if we're to defend against another assault. I struggle to believe I'm from another reflection. I wonder, does this mean my soul is thinner than a native of the source? Surely not. Y'shtola would have noticed. Plus, there's so much I don't understand, my head is ripe to burst. Please be safe. We'll find a way to breach the dome, and we'll make sure everyone inside is safe. It's embarrassing to think how Zorolja caught me unawares. I've no doubt the bastard came to kill me. I reckon he would have succeeded were it anyone else. Who would have thought him taking that key would lead to all this? This talk of reflection is perplexing, to say the least. I should be glad for your help in understanding and overcoming this crisis. I know what I have to do now. Together as one! I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. The peace we swore to uphold has been shattered. They need to understand what's happened and how we intend to fix it. So I want to call an assembly at the Winged Walk and assure them that all will be well. But as shaken as they are, I don't know how many will come. It's those who are most distressed that truly need to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek out such souls and encourage them to attend. I'll help too. This is an important step in the city's recovery. Care to join us, Sucro? Nod. While you handle that, Erenville and I will see the provisions for the expedition. Thank you. I'll go ahead and have the Landsguard announce the address. People must first know there's going to be one before they can decide whether or not they want to hear it. If you could see to the Resplendent Quarter and Bayside Bevy, Alize and I will split the rest of the city between us. Nod. So, would you say that this is a good stopping point, or that we're close to a good stopping point? I shall have to examine one of those mechanical soldiers later. I have a mind to inform Thancred and Urianger as well, but they may have already left Tyrol. This is a good stopping point. Is the weather still ominous? Clouds? Yep. Don't jump scare me. Okay, it's still sad times. That makes sense. I might end up playing this game until 3 in the morning every day or something. I don't know. It's difficult to stop. But for a second, I thought that the sad music didn't go away in the cabin either. Anyway, what are my funny retainers? Wow, boots. So, well, many things happened today in Final Fantasy XIV. And there are still like 4 more levels to go in the MSQ, so that's something. What can I say but, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Things have taken a turn for... They've taken several turns, even.
So thank you all for watching. I hope you have a good rest of your day and or night. I will see you next time for yet more Final Fantasy XIV Dawntrail. We can probably get the ether currents in the new zone, maybe, at this point. I forgot the name of it already. Shaloni? Well, no, we can't quite get them yet. We might be able to get more of them. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways. Good night, everyone. Thank you for watching.